Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. Today is Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. We are in the last stretch of the end of the year. Also starting an hour late. My macro is running late. I'm in transitioning my macro to hopefully something more robust, but I can't really call the new code particularly robust because it opened accidentally so many Steam links up that it banned me from Steam for a few minutes. Fortunately, it seems like Steam's process there for DDoS protection is pretty automated and pretty gentle, so you just have to wait a few minutes of not trying to access their servers. And I have hopefully put in the right code now to delayed actions, so it takes a second to open each link instead of instantaneously trying to open every link on my follow list, which is what it was doing. So for a brief time there, I was even doing some follow list cleanup, which that's nice. But because of that, because of my old macros running slow, and it possibly crashed, we may not see all the new games that came out on Steam. Overall, as we do about an hour warm up and crawl through the SteamDB 24-hour peak concurrent chart, there is not as much progress as I could have made. I really didn't push super hard to try and make progress as far as moving things over to Violent Monkey scripts instead of using other extensions. It does occur to me that I have another extension, and I'm just trying to get rid of them all, that opens clicks on new tabs in new windows, and it's probably unnecessary in most cases, but specifically locking it down to specific sites I think would be helpful too. So that's another extension I could potentially get rid of. Yeah, overall I am quickly trying to get rid of most of them, some of which I probably won't bother with getting rid of, but maybe it would make more sense. Put all the code in one place where you can look at it, where I can adjust it myself. But yeah, over the past couple days I've mostly been making episodes of playing Below Outro, not even playing Below Outro off screen. I knew that if my macro had kept on going, and I probably broke it myself by trying to fiddle with my computer while it's doing this, that it was probably going to take about an hour to open up the remaining tabs. So what I was tempted to think about, and certainly I still am tempted to think about, is moving from Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel to Below Outro for the background music. The big problem with that is taking bathroom breaks and Duel Live. So I would need something to replace that with, if that was what I was going to do, because yeah, I don't really have a replacement for that yet. And uBlock Origin, for the most part, I had taken out all the code for most of these pages, but SteamDB still seems to be having something blocked by uBlock Origin, and it's missing this blocking as far as this floating bar. I don't like the way this floats. If this had been at the top always, that would have been nicer. There might actually be a way to adjust that. I won't do it on screen, but yeah, I could see finding this. It's a table and it's an exact position programmed into it of 48. So if I change that to a 0, there we go. So I have no idea why it's programmed at 48, but my suspicion is that there's probably supposed to be an ad that is playing there that's being blocked, and that's why it wouldn't make any sense. It has a much more reasonable system now for the top concurrent player base games to flow under the header bar. Yeah, noticeably that's about the only thing I think I even want to say. Particularly in December, I'm planning on not seeing any real major games, big AAA games being talked about or having anything to really say about them. They'll be played here and there, but yeah, we're definitely not going to see anything new from it either. Let's see, what is uBlock Origin still catching? Yep, this top bar, which then that would make a lot more sense that this is programmed to be here if this top bar is supposed to be shown the whole time, but that is visually breaking. And apparently there's many things I haven't moved over on this. I thought I had moved this over, but apparently not. Alright, well, that gives me more to tweak and work with in the next couple of days, which I have been very much jumping around and tweaking and working with stuff. My updated email command for WinVorta, the board backup graphical user interface app, is finished making a backup to then through SSH send an email with the logs now. I finished that. So that was a side job I was doing on my Steam Deck. And yep, I very much have a case here where computer is doing something, Steam Deck might be doing something, my phone is probably playing a podcast at the same time. Who knows, I might even pull in a tablet or another computer. It's all very multitasky / ADHD in the whole process. Let's look at the most wishlisted games. Some of what I was going to tweak here, as far as sidebars, heavily depends on whenever YouTube actually lets me vertical stream. Like, when that gets implemented, that's the time I need to decide how I'm going to reformat it. So I'm already looking at extra work to do. I haven't put any extra thought into the automated generation of thumbnails, which is probably something I should focus more on. And now that I have extended security on my old computer, I'm far too free at this point to ignore putting together my new computer, which is crazy. Certainly. I probably want to block this info, but also it kind of doesn't matter. That there is actually a lot more work on this most wishlisted upcoming game that I could do, because I could see just trying to strip everything that's on the wish list, because it doesn't matter if it personally is on my personal wish list or if it's something that has any other color coding to it. I wanted more uniform look to the page. I'm still cleaning and decluttering. I had one specific bag of stuff that that the bag itself was so old it was falling to pieces, and so it made a huge mess. And so I was able to take everything out of that bag and throw away the bag. Now I have a whole bunch of pieces of plastic bag on my floor that I need to sweep up. Here we have this day in history. Again, I thought this had been fixed. But for some reason, the script that I think I made is even missing here. Let's see. Yeah, CSS Moby Games here. What button do we press for the Violent Monkey to change this and edit it? Oh, I see. Problem. There we go. Change that so it matches more, and honestly, I should change this so it includes HTTP responses too. That way, if there's any problem. Although, frankly, as we approach 2026, the odds of a web page not supporting HTTPS at all times is pretty crazy, low. Like, you could certainly see companies just straight up blocking all HTTP requests in general. Let's Encrypt in particular has been around for a very long time, so there's just no reason even local people with their own private servers shouldn't have that small level of encryption that stops snooping to some small extent from happening between a server and a browser. But let's also be honest when we talk about security, that if there's a will, there's a way, and you can still pretty well get some bit of information. DNS as a system is kind of ridiculous. As it was set up, it wasn't really designed for any kind of level of security, and they never thought that people were just going to be tracking what the main domains of websites that you go to would be. Which, yeah. Unfortunately, even now, if you were going to make a new internet and you were going to try and make it completely secure, it would have to be some kind of major, just dark web type technology where you would be handed a QR code and scan it, and it would go to some kind of encrypted relay service, I guess, to then go out to a IP address. Even IP addresses, though, could be fairly fairly tracked. Yeah. If I was going to rebuild the internet, I would more than likely make it a peer-to-peer system where you would have effectively hashtags, not like hashtag that's so cool or hashtag LOL, but MD5 generated hashes of what a website's information would be, or at least domain would be. And so you would just be asking for pieces of that website, like a torrent. I think how BitTorrent works, from all the computers connected to your computer, the same network, and then all the computers would reply on it and give the information, in part, inherently, it would make a peer-to-peer internet where a lot of the caching, a lot of the hosting is just built in to everyone's browsing experience. Yeah. Which inherently would make like Amazon.com cached way more often than some small, tiny personal website. But it would also significantly, I think, reduce download speeds, bandwidth cost on the hosting side, and probably speed up the internet too. It would also make the whole system very robust. Like, it is believable if aliens came down, they could target a few thousand data centers at most on the planet and take out the internet pretty easily. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually, in practice, only had to target a few hundred, maybe even a couple dozen data centers. There definitely are some major spots where the backbones of the internet all meet, particularly like underground cables from South Asia to Australia. You hit that one underground cable and then it's just going to be very slow satellite information coming to Australia. The underground cables going from North America to the UK to Europe. It's a great point of failure there. I'm sure when you get to like certain Central American countries, there's probably only one cable going from one place to the other. Let's face it, most hosting is either in Europe or the United States, so you could definitely cut off a lot of the second world and third world countries from the internet very easily. China has a great firewall. You target that, you can cut off China. Many Middle Eastern countries and highly censorious countries around the world have likely only a few data centers. So a peer-to-peer internet, if you were going to recreate the internet, would make a lot more sense. Unfortunately, I feel like you would probably have that temptation to build it on some kind of Bitcoin cryptocurrency type thought too, where you're rewarding people for having bigger hard drives with more caches of the internet, which would be interesting because it would empower the little man to make money, which is not really how the internet works these days, like, and never really was the way. Very rarely do people purchase anything on a small website, even though you can get virtual credit cards these days and be very, very safe in running that gamble. eBay is about the only place, or Facebook Marketplace is about the only place where a small person could make any money on the internet, whereas the vast majority is going to Amazon.com or Walmart. Speaking of Amazon.com, I did pull off my Cyber Monday purchases. Pathetic sales this year. We are not in a good economy, in my opinion, based on those sales. I still ended up spending $500, although in fairness, like $125 of that was a not discounted at all alternating pressure air inflating chair mattress. So yeah, and then 60 of that was $100 worth of Legos, or worth is a relative term being used there. Yeah, getting a bunch of boring things, towels, sheets, not getting much interesting at all. In fact, the only real project I think I got was a smart air conditioner vent, which there's a decent chance I will just play around with it and make sure it works the way I want it to work, and then not install it for months, if not possibly a year or two, just because I don't get around to it. And a pretty high possibility that I got the wrong size too. But yeah, extra hard drive for my server, which, yeah, I was running into a little bit of trouble connecting to my server's shared Windows sharing folders, Samba folders. Apparently I messed up the settings on that in some way, and so there is an issue there between what it thinks it's sharing versus what it really is sharing. And I was doing that because there's this media player program that I'm fairly popular, fairly happy with, called Kodi, K-O-D-I, and I was trying to set it up to connect to my routers, movies and music and photos, and populate all of that without actually having to download all of that. Which I got it to work once I finally got the password to be accepted, which was the main problem I was having. You can connect versus universal plug and play to sources in Kodi, but it won't download the information and cache it, so it does not look nice at all. It's more like a file browser at that point. And while I was doing that, I'm watching old Betty Boop cartoons, which is very old, older than me. It's interesting, certainly, to see Betty Boop as she never really was for kids. Like, even though she was a cartoon, she's based off of an African American model who was obviously undercredited for the 40s or 20s when Betty Boop cartoons were made. And she sings a lot in her little cartoons, and the cartoons are irreverent. It's just like, what can we think about to animate, and if we animate it, we will show it. If we don't animate it, we'll just jump to the next thing we can think of. It's very much just, here's something going on the screen, even if there's no logical reason for it or not. And yeah, there's definitely aged cartoons. That's why they are in part a potential lost media, but not highly likely to be lost. But yeah, I watched a YouTube video talking about some of the major film vault fires that happened, where it's estimated, I think, that about 80% of all old film movies have been lost to time as lost media because of fires being a major thing, where the master film literally just starts on fire. Also, the film degrades and hasn't been properly preserved, and also movie companies go out of business and just don't really care about preserving things, on top of the huge risk of censorship. Now the good news there is, if 80% of old film movies have been lost and are lost media, most of them were irrelevant and kind of terrible anyways, but it's always a shame to see media lost, and it is a pet hobby of mine to try and prevent lost media. As a content creator, it's definitely something content creators should think about. Speaking of content creators, Art by Zig, they've started using the handles now instead of just names in the chat. That is in the chat. He says, hey Zig. Zig posted on his Discord that he was going to be spending the next week working really hard on his game that he's developing. So I imagine he's been doing a lot of that. Also, Thanksgiving has been happening, so I imagine he was doing some of that too. Let's see, where was I? What else have I been working on? So I'm just rewriting the same code that I've rewritten 3 or 4 times. Although, in fairness, the code to run this sit stream is basically the backbone of how I can even cover video game news. I added code to gamedeveloper.com, so the patch notes articles will auto close, which it's getting harder due to new security restrictions to have a tab close, but it's only kind of right now at the point where you can't close other tabs based on JavaScript running in one tab unless that one tab opened that tab. So you can't have a mobygames.com page, search your computer, and close a Bank of America type page. That's really what they were trying to prevent. But if Moby Tabs opened a new tab that was to Bank of America, then it would be given special permission to close the tab in JavaScript. But it can close itself just fine, and that's all I really needed it to do, is just on a few rare cases. Gaming on Video Games Chronicle will be another example of that, where they sometimes put their podcast under the news section when their podcast really isn't what I consider news at all. Yeah. I've been putting more thought into what should meetups for gamers look like for this whole Thanksgiving and Christmas, the whole winter season, because I know people are very busy, but I feel like they really would want to do that too. And it to me feels like for most people, meetups aren't going to be a high enough priority that you should just like say, we're going to have a Christmas meetup, we're going to have a Thanksgiving meetup type thing. So I would think you would want to do probably something in the first weeks of November and December, just so you're far enough away from any of those events. And probably even true for Halloween. So this is the one thing I haven't worked on yet, is moving my code to these lists of news stories and moving from page 1, 2, and 3 through these lists of news stories. This is where I'm going to have to learn how to better manipulate local storage cookies in Firefox. So I remember what the last news story we talked about in the last stream was about automatically. And so there is one thing I need to learn and focus on. Once I learn that trick, I'll apply it to each of these different news sources pages, which is how I open the news sources, is by going to their lists of news and just opening everything that's new. Yeah. KDE Connect has been giving me trouble. I think I finally figured out what was the problem. My router had a system called DNS Director, which I might want to play with further in the future, but it was enabled for some reason. And I feel like that was grabbing network traffic and causing occasional slowdowns or trouble. What's funny about these news sources also, and this is the hardest one, gamedeveloper.com, because they put the first news source here, and then the second news source here and here is different, and this third news sources are here, here, and here, and it's not until you get to the fourth tier of news sources that it becomes more uniform in how it's listed. But yeah. What I was going to say is, what's funny about these sites is they often have like anti-bot verify you're a human measures, and even my simple macros, which haven't really even been programmed to bypass that, still pass. So the anti-bot measures don't seem to be that big of a deal. this is going to be the hardest one because to program because of the dynamicness of the Steam games. As you scroll down, which I know I'm scrolling up right now, it loads in more games, which means they're not loaded by default, which means you need to click somewhere and simulate a click somewhere on the screen to go down further to make it trigger the JavaScript to load more games. And that's going to take extra effort. And that's the one thing UI Vision might have an advantage in, is that it does have a few things programmed into it to simulate actual human clicks instead of just JavaScript actions that pretend like human clicks. Zig responded a while ago. He said, yes, I've been primarily spending time with character customization. I just implemented dynamic sprite color changing, and I'm working on dynamic reshaping of sprite elements to have the features the player wants for their player. I think Sims 3 create a sim. Additionally, I've been adding races and backstories which give respective buffs. Yeah, I think his game is going to grow to be fairly different from the demo I saw and play tested, which, yeah, I think it's probably something where you want it to grow. I know that there are entire character creation things that are half done you can buy for some game engines. I don't think any of them are just as easy as adding a couple lines of code and getting a character sprite spit out, and they're fairly single-minded in the style of sprite. The Unreal Engine obviously has the metahuman thing that they're pushing as far as creating characters, but I think the metahuman project is more about game developers starting with a base character and then modifying it. And certainly plenty of base character-based sprite packs exist where you're supposed to modify and start from a base to make something else. There was a game I played where they added a character creator just into the game because they probably were using it to make all the characters for the NPCs, and I really felt like any effort, even if they had only spent 5 minutes adding that character creator, which they probably spent hours adding it, really could have been better spent on making the rest of the game better. Character creators in general, I think, are one of many gimmicks that were overhyped and overpushed, particularly by AAA game developers. Fallout, I think, is probably a primary example of that, in that you can spend a ton of time making your character look the way you want it to look, and then you're going to play Fallout in a first-person perspective, or you're going to play them in a third-person perspective and not even see the back, anything but the back of your character. Not to say that there shouldn't ever be character creators, more to say that if you are going to create a custom character, then you are committing yourself to make a lot of conversation cutscenes where the face of your character is actually shown, and it is very much about faces to humans. It might be interesting for like a third-person game if you had a whole bunch of art on the back side of a character that you see. Dead Space certainly took that thought and put the heads-up display and turned it into a health bar on the spine of the character in Dead Space. So yeah, there could be something along that line where changing the appearance of the character matters more, but typically that's not in the character creator aspect. I'm frankly surprised and that there hasn't been some kind of Asian game where there's a character where you can customize like tattoos or cutouts on the back of a shirt to show something. I mean, I could definitely see something like that where you have like maybe a Yakuza character, female or male, and as he fights, the tattoos on the back of it, on his back, light up, or as he progresses through the game, the tattoos become more prominent, or you could customize it. Yeah, you could see something like that happening, certainly. It's surprising you don't have like robots, like mechs or things that particularly have that Dead Space style of appearance to the back of it. Yeah, for a third-person perspective. But then if it's first-person perspective and you're character creating, then it's all about the face, or at least the bust, too. And I definitely see a lot of people that either go really silly in their character creator or do very normal in the character creator, and then I think the vast majority, probably 80% of people, just want to skip past the character creator altogether. And it's really hard when you look at like Witcher 3, when I played it at least. It was really hard to have any kind of customization on Geralt of Rivia, and they had that whole hair cutting feature, which was kind of pointless. And every time it would go into a first-person conversation, it would take a lot of extra time to load in what was effectively a completely different game engine, to load in the different items you had equipped and the different haircut that Geralt had. It really just highlighted how much of that was really a gimmick. Which, speaking of gimmicks, DF Retro came out recently in a question and answer clip just fully saying that ray tracing has proven to be a gimmick, and that it is worse for quality, worse for performance, and it is not something that really should continue to be embraced by game developers. Which, yeah, I think that's probably true, particularly now with everything being so expensive. It was pretty obvious ray tracing was being added to the latest NVIDIA cards a couple of years ago, just so they had a reason to sell new video cards. Zig says, yeah, he said a while ago, yeah, it's leaning away from farming sim and more into an RPG college life sim. From the feedback I received from the context of the game, customization of a lot of aspects made sense for the core audience, which is probably true, probably right. I'm probably not the core audience for a college RPG college life sim, so I could see that audience might very well want it, and I can certainly confirm that there is a level of customization, particularly since Zig, I think, is still using a game maker engine for his game, which is the same people that make RPG Maker. Getting it to look different visually is going to be a major challenge, because I definitely think a lot of people see that default appearance that Game Maker RPG Maker games look like and immediately pass over them. So yeah, even one great thumbnail will help significantly as far as just keeping people's attention for half a second longer before pointing out that it looks like an RPG Maker game, that it has that 8-bit Final Fantasy sprite look to it. Still playing Pokemon TCG Pocket, nothing really happening there. I still am implementing a policy that if anybody ever rejects a trade offer from me, I immediately defriend them, but I need to really have a lot more people that I'm friends with, because half of the people I've friended randomly on there are not trading cards enough. They don't have any cards they want on a wish list, or I don't have any extra cards to trade with them that matches up. And since the game is all about just trying to collect as many cards as possible as a free-to-play player, there is an aspect there that I need to be trading as much as at all possible. Yeah. Let's see, what else have I been playing? Well, I guess I still have been playing Memento Mori. Obviously, nothing's new happening there. It really is a dead time for all video games, even mobile games. And I've been playing Magic Modica. Although I felt like in the past couple days this might have been the point where I would have gotten too busy and stopped doing all the dailies, and I may have even missed some of the dailies for some of the mobile games, because I definitely have been focusing a lot on playing Balatro, and also not really trying to do much else. Okay, I haven't moved any of the information over from uBlock Origin to the mobile revenue data website. So that's another one. Some of the uBlock Origin things I've blocked are like Kotaku and Bloomberg, and I just don't visit those sites enough to really need to try to have customization there. What I think I want to try and do though is have something where it tries on all other pages to do custom code that's not so custom, to just make pages look like Steam. That's inherently what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to make every single website have this blue background theme to it as quickly as possible. And so blue backgrounds on all pages, white text on all pages. You would think it might be somewhat easy, but it really isn't, because there's just a ton of things that have custom colors added down the line of the custom style sheet system. And so that's where you have to kind of individually per website figure out what is their system. And the fact that they can define variables themselves in custom style sheets instead of having to stick to standard variables doesn't make it any easier. Yep. There's a little bit here that was being blocked, but I don't really need to do anything with this chart because I'm just going to be abandoning this chart anyways. So yeah, it is definitely going to be the case where the system is going to be that I've run through several of these streams and continue to just find little things here and there to tweak, which after a week or two I think I'll have tweaked everything that needs to be tweaked. I tweaked this, for instance. Yeah, you can see I'm at Balatro. It says a total play time is 1 hour 30 minutes. 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 161 hours. In the last 2 weeks, it's been 122 hours. I'm at 17 out of 31. Speedrunner achievement has only been done by 20.5% of players, so I'm getting into the rarer of achievements, but not the gold level of achievements. I don't know if that's automatically done or not. But yeah, there is a lot of time still that would have to be spent playing Balatro. That being said, I think I am probably going to end my series in the next week or so on Balatro, because it's either going to be I'm going to play a lot of stuff and not be making any footage at all just to get any level of progress, or I'm going to keep on making episodes and not really accomplishing anything. That the hope here is Balatro would somehow be super popular, but honestly I'm way too late to the party with it as far as content goes too, and I would have to rush to upload schedule and put the series out anyways to not be 6 months later, because usually what I'm recording is going to come out 6 months later. In fact, there's a decent chance by the time this series airs, Balatro will have come out with an update and added a whole bunch more jokers, which that's really what it needs to do. If it was going to be as good as Binding of Isaac, it needs to have like a major update to add a bunch more wilder and crazier jokers to make the game have a much higher chance of winning, because I'm at like the halfway point as far as difficulty goes, and it's hard. It's just really hard to even get past the first of 8 levels, antis as they call them, ANTI, I mean TE, yeah, but you really have to just get lucky in the first couple of rounds of it to get a good joker to modify things, to even get past the first boss, let alone make it to the 8th boss, which is what you need to do. If you can get past the 8th boss, then you technically won and can keep on going in endless mode. And that would be the two major differences that I think makes Binding of Isaac much better, despite ignoring the fact that Binding of Isaac in particular just plays way differently. But the challenges in Balatro don't unlock anything, so doing the challenges are basically pointless as far as I can tell, and you don't unlock new cards in Balatro that would make the game potentially easier. Eventually, in Binding of Isaac, you get starter items for the character Isaac. The D6 is what you get. The D6 lets you re-roll items in a room before you pick them up and lock them in. All of a sudden, once you have that, you can take runs that had a low chance of having success, re-roll an item to improve your chances of success to a very higher level, and inherently a good Binding of Isaac player gets to the point where they're guaranteed to have fairly high chances of winning in every single run. I don't think a good poker player or a good Balatro player has that same opportunity. I think you get the same random garbage runs. Now, one good thing I found out is it seems like seeded runs for Balatro are exactly the same. You get the exact same jokers, the exact same items in the shop, the exact same cards handed to you. So there more than likely is a walkthrough out there to run a seeded run to get to a certain point. That being said, if you are doing a seeded run, then it may lock you out from the ability to unlock new things. So it doesn't seem like it's a case that you could start playing Balatro and then immediately play 4 or 5 seeded runs to unlock a bunch of other cards or difficulties. It might unlock difficulties with a seeded run, which might be very helpful, frankly, because it is a crazy system in that there are, I believe, close to 10 different decks, and they want you to beat all 10 of those decks at, I believe, about 8 different levels of difficulty, and you can't skip any of them. So you have to do the lowest level of difficulty and win, then the second lowest and the third, and up and up and up, which is really going to add probably 200 or 300 extra hours of playing Balatro. So you really got to love Balatro to potentially unlock everything. And it's a great game if you wanted a game to play forever, but in modern times I don't know how many people really want games that they would just have to play forever. And it feels more like you have to play it forever and less like you would really want to play it forever. Zig asked a while ago my thoughts on procedural generation. Procedural generation is great. You definitely, if there's a dungeon crawler out there, I definitely would want to see procedural generation in a game that goes on forever instead of having handcrafted dungeons. Generally speaking, I think procedural generation, as far as dungeons and level layouts, is probably happening even for things that are then tweaked and improved upon. In a more general sense, that's probably the better way to do things, is to use procedural generation until you find levels that you really like. Most of video games, in one way or another, are generated by a procedure. You wouldn't want to hardcode too much into anything. I don't think it would have really hurt if every run of Skyrim, for instance, had a world that was very well programmed to be procedurally generated, where different cities were in different locations. That's pretty demanding, pretty tough to program, and that is the one caveat to procedural generation, is that it takes a lot of work and a lot of polish, whereas tweaking things is the quicker and dirtier way of doing things, and probably the way to do things for small game creators that don't have a huge amount of budget and a huge amount of team. At some aspects, certainly procedural generation has gone overboard. I think the Borderlands series, even having not played Borderlands 3 or 4, even by Borderlands the pre-sequel, and even Borderlands 2, the procedural generation of randomized loot, or the randomization of so many different types of guns, went overboard and was kind of crazy, because none of the guns, even in Borderlands 2, ever felt that special. And that's a great example of where there is an alternate version of Borderlands that could be made, where you do a quest and you're given a very specific gun, and that very specific gun works in a fun and exciting way, versus just getting a random gun that does plus 1% damage, or adds 1% to your shield or something like that. Procedural generation in humans and character creators, since that's what we were talking about before, it's probably not the right move. You're definitely not going to be able to program procedural generation easily there. That is what the Unreal Engine MetaHuman project is doing, and it's really only capable of doing that because it's running, I think it's running a large language module in the background on their servers, doing AI to generate something that looks human. So I would say for humans in particular, you should probably have an artistic touch as much as possible. But for forests effectively are generated in the real world by a procedure. It's just a very complicated procedure of how seeds and trees grow. So yeah, Speed Tree is the de facto library that everybody talks about as far as procedurally generating forests. I don't know why forests in general are as popular as they are, but when you look at like Pokemon Legends ZA and complaints about the repetitive nature of all the textures in the buildings and the lack of polish there, nobody would have been complaining had those buildings been forested areas that you just couldn't enter and you had just speed treed a bunch of trees there. It wouldn't have been anywhere as noticeable. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of procedural generation when it comes to forest and things like that. Oceans are the other type of area you would create compared to a forest, and they are effectively procedurally generated in that they often have nothing in them but a bunch of water and maybe random fish being spawned or random things on the bottom of the ocean floor. But typically oceans and water sections are just barriers in games, where trees and forests are less often barriers in games. They often are using trees and forests to block views of more complex polygons that would have to be rendered by the game's visual engine. I wouldn't procedurally generate names. I'd be very careful about procedurally generating backstory or story in general. I probably wouldn't do that. Be careful about procedurally generating stats on characters. Yeah, for the most part, it's dungeon crawling where I think procedural generation is best used. A place where you kind of know you're going into a dungeon, like Diablo's dungeons, and you want it to be different from run to run. But in Zig's case, if he's making a college life RPG, inherently the college life aspect of it feels like it is a narrative that is going to go from the beginning to the end, and it probably isn't going to encourage too many people to play it multiple times over. So I don't know if there really needs to be procedural generation there. If we were to take the Persona series, for instance, I don't know if their levels are procedurally generated or not, but I'm fairly certain that the reason people play Persona is not for replaying the dungeon levels and the grinding. They replay Persona to get different storyline thoughts. And so yeah, those are my thoughts in general on the general concept of procedural generation. I could probably get more specific if I was shown exactly what was on in the code or what was going on in the game, because definitely there have been cases where some games have done procedural generation better than others. Moving on, let's see, we've got the Steam front page. What's not here is that game Horses got banned from Steam before even getting released, which banned is perhaps the wrong term, just to say rejected, but since I guess Steam does have that Steam Direct, this is one of those games I wanted to play, but it was too expensive at launch. At $15, it's still probably a little expensive, but better. Now, I think Monument Valley 3, though, is probably too expensive even at sale prices. Although, who knows, we may be seeing a general increase in prices even on video games, despite the fact that there really is not a great argument for why the prices would go up. But yeah, that game Horses also seems to have been rejected from, or slash banned from, the Epic Games Store. And so they probably knew it was going to get rejected, considering looking the trailer I looked at has characters running around, male characters running around in, if not complete nudity, but skimpy bikini, showing most of their butts. There was a rule, I think it was a 20% coverage rule. I don't know if that was specifically the percentage that I think TV had implemented a long time ago, as far as if you were showing, this may have been back in the time of like Baywatch or something, but yeah, if the bikini bottoms, particularly on the women, were since men tended not to be shown in bikini bottoms, but yeah, if the bottoms on a bikini were covering 20% of the butt, then it was acceptable. So no like thong bikinis would be allowed. And while I imagine there is no hard and fast rule on Steam or in general around that, I think that might be probably a good rule to go with. At least 20%, probably more. It may have been only 20% could show, so it might be on the other end of that scale. Which, yeah. I was watching on Amazon Prime Video. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Like, it suggested to me a really old movie called, I think it was called The Prince and the Nature Girl. It was just a whole bunch of clips that had been dubbed over of nudist slash naturist from probably the 60s or 70s. So you have a lot of flat butts being shown there. I guess this was just old school porn now on Amazon Prime Video, which, yeah, they reused a lot of footage and they dubbed it, and it was very rough as far as a movie. And then weirdly, it just jumped into another movie called Airplane 2025, which, I mean, I guess technically it was a softcore porn, a parody of the Leslie Nielsen parody movie Airplane, which he wasn't even top billed in that movie. He wasn't really known that much as being a comedic actor. He was a more serious actor before those times. Yeah, and Airplane 2025 was better polished as a comedic thing, but weirdly showed a lot less than the 1970s movie did. There was way more nudity in the 1970s movie, but way less provocative nudity. There was no actual sex or anything in the old movie. And one of the things Airplane 2025 did, as far as a parody joke, is that they were just playing wacky sound effects, which, yeah, that was weird. Just out of the blue, they would say something and there would be a joke there, And they'd play a wacky sound effect just to remind you that it was supposed to be a comedy. Still don't have any Steam Deck refurbs here. Let's see. And yeah, we'll go down the Steam 20 top played Steam Deck games. Certainly. Yeah, Blueprints was in the 78th spot. Did it just gain compatibility with the Steam Deck, I wonder? This one's too small. Need to try and make this bigger. It now occurs to me. Yeah. Need to tweak this and hide this side banner. Make this is at 90%, which is where the zoom was here. As even with my glasses starting to feel a little weird as far as trying to read it from a TV 8 feet away. Which, yeah, that is still an issue. Is that my eyesight's probably not getting drastically better at the moment. And certainly I have a lot of blood pressure issues too, where this new smartwatch, this cheap $10 smartwatch I have, does occasionally actually connect to via Bluetooth to a hub I have and tell me that my heart rate level is at a dangerous level as far as beats per minute. Which, yeah, I have a thing where that happens, where I'll stand up and my heart rate will drop very low. Blood pressure will drop very low for a moment or two. But yeah, definitely had that happen in the past couple days as I've been doing more physical things. I wouldn't be surprised if also being cold. I've had a lot of that too. I'm not really running my heater super hard and long, trying to save money, so there definitely have been some times where I've realized I need to tweak it later in the evening so it's not shiveringly cold. Because yeah, I definitely don't want to ever make myself get really cold or get really warm and then transition to really cold, because that's not healthy for anybody. So I need to work on that tab. Okay, and that's going to bring us to the video game news and Video Games Chronicle. I'm pretty sure all of these news stories opened up, and we have the auto Steam links also opening up, so we should be able to see Steam links to the games as they hit. So the first reviews for Octopath Traveler 0 have been published. The game is set to arrive on all platforms on December 4th. I did some tweaking on Video Games Chronicle. I think I got it perfect, where there's no longer a bunch of blue space at the bottom. Unfortunately, I don't think we got it as perfect on some of the other news source sites. So this is a Square Enix prequel game to Octopath Traveler, one of the few projects Square Enix didn't cancel. There is certainly something to be said about how Square Enix is taking that 8-bit sprite feel, but probably stretching it a little taller to make it feel more like a 16-bit sprite. So it doesn't quite look like an RPG Maker. And then they are doing a lot of cheats for like the backgrounds. Probably a lot of procedural generation to mention that too, as far as just like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the forests and the backgrounds are more procedurally generated, but they're also in a tilt shifted voxel style. Let's see if we can show some of this again. So yeah, all this in the background are 3D voxel type images that are having a perspective in the background, so there's a lot of depth, and as you walk from one point to the other, you can see how it does, I think it's called the tilt shift effect, where the background moves a little bit slower left to right than the foregrounds do, which makes it seem like the background is bigger. And so yeah, I definitely think Octopath Traveler, on top of its brown color palette, which is very unique and was artistically adventurous, to say the least, to go with that kind of brown color palette, makes it really stand out. I think you'd be fairly mistaken if you looked at Octopath Traveler and thought it was an RPG Maker game. And that brown color palette really does speak to, this is more of that Lord of the Rings Tolkien-esque fantasy type world than a bright colorful palette would. You see a bright colorful palette and you would think more traditional kawaii style anime. This is also almost certainly an animation style that Japanese animators are not as comfortable with. Also worth pointing out, the suggestions block, it seems to still be working very well. Moving on, Mario Kart World's latest update lets players customize items and identify music tracks. The version 1.4.0 update, which also makes track changes and fixes around 35 bugs, is now out. It's nice to see them still doing something with Mario Kart World. They kind of have to, considering there is no other game. Very noticeably, Metroid Prime 4 was not pushed as a big thing for Black Friday sales and for Christmas sales. I actually saw a lot of Switch 1 games on sale for $30 during the whole Black Friday, but they weren't particularly games that I imagine anybody who wanted them didn't already have. The Princess Peach debut title was one of them. As far as that game goes, though, that was not received particularly well and just didn't feel like it had enough promotion or enough of a twist on it. It's a shame, because I really like to see Princess Peach potentially have some spin-off titles. But it's hard to have Princess Peach in a spin-off game when the conceit of the game is that she is just doing different things and wearing different outfits every level. There's no core to it. Whereas like the Luigi's Mansion conceit is an easier elevator pitch, in that he's in a haunted mansion, he has a Ghostbuster style vacuum, and he's trying to save his brother Mario. I cannot tell you what Princess Peach was trying to do in her game. I cannot tell you what she was doing from level to level, because what she was doing from level to level changed, it seemed. There's just a much more convoluted elevator pitch there. I think it was called Princess Peach Showtime. Now, I have no idea why this game specifically is here. As far as Steam games, this looks like just a new game that came out on Steam. Doesn't look that interesting. I did put some more thought into the next step as far as my tweaking and programming, and yeah, I want to add a couple buttons here. One that would automatically add it to the follow list and then make a YouTube short and then close the tab automatically all at once. One that would just close the tab automatically next to it. And then I want a time stamp from when I last saw the game or first saw the game. Probably both. And then I want icons for AI. If it doesn't support the English language, if it has adult content at all, and the newest thing I realized I want to add is I want to see if it has in-app purchases. And so I want to try and bring things up to this bar as small little icons so I can just look at this top part of the page and scroll down if I need to and not have to look at more of the page. Really compact the information. The other thing I want to do is these are 1080p images that are loading, and they really don't need to be 1080p images loading because very rarely do I click on an image and try and get the full image. And even then, this is a 1080p image, but this is not 1080p resolution it's being depicted as. 1080p would take the entirety of my screen up. I'd have to go into a full screen mode like this before I could see it at 1080p. And I never do that. Yeah, it's kind of bad programming that they have it work this way, where this image is the same as this image, which is the same as this image. For all I know, this image is the same. Although it might save some RAM to have the same image loaded 4 different ways and then scaled inside of the procedural generation of the HTML. I've got that phrase stuck in my head now. But yeah, even if it did save some RAM, it's costing Steam bandwidth. Yeah. Moving on, EA Sports FC 26 adds the classic 11 squads designed for local multiplayer. Football club, soccer game, adding a bunch of characters I would not be familiar with. Got a really long list here from Video Games Chronicle. We've got another game. So it does look like at some point my tabs started getting out of the way. One of the things also that I'm hoping to correct is I'm pretty sure every single tab is opening twice for some reason with UI Vision, so my old code getting replaced potentially will speed up the whole process. Yeah, it is crazy that on a good day it seems like it will take 20 minutes to run the macro, and on a bad day it will take 3 or 4 hours and crash, and possibly crash. Moving on, Shovel Knight Studio Yacht Club Games is, quote, make it or break and relying on its next game success. If Mina the Hollower doesn't do well, the studio will need more money to survive, its co-founder says. Unfortunately, that's usually the case for all game development companies, is that either you have a publisher funding the development of your next game, or you're totally broke by the time you put out your previous game. money does not get saved in game companies, and investment bank loan type stuff does not happen seemingly as much. If regular banks gave out business loans more than they really do to more modern industries, then you would just be going to your standard Capital One type bank and putting in an application for a bank loan of a few $1,000,000 with some kind of collateral, probably backing that loan, and some kind of business plan that to show some numbers and make some guesses as far as what you can expect to make. But yeah, your general Capital One type bank is likely not giving business loans to video game companies, so then you have publishers who are creating effectively bank loans for the development of games, but then taking a lot more profit than a bank loan would because of the system, the exploitative nature of how it's been set up. Now, ideally, you would have patrons, and not Patreon type patrons, but it's the same concept, and it could be Patreon type patrons. But ideally, you would have a king or a government who would patronize artists and give them grants and charters to make games, considering video games as art, something that could benefit society. And yeah, this is where I might make an argument that it might just be easier to give everyone universal basic income. But ignoring that argument for a second, if you could get a government grant to develop a video game on the requirement that the video game has to be sold under a certain price or has to be given away for free, probably given away for free, because technically at that point it would be the people's tax dollars paying for the development of a game. I think most game developers would take that deal if you could just get a grant, but you're putting out the game for free. And there are grant programs for game development companies, but they're not a lot. They vary wildly depending on what country and what state you're in. But no grant program has ever been a ton of money towards game development. And then there have been a couple notorious cases where games were not given specifically grants, but were just funded by pseudo-government agencies using tax dollars. And then the games failed miserably, and the people were out their money, and it led to a big lawsuit in one case. So yeah, what they're saying here doesn't sound wrong. It weirdly though just seems like they are stating a fairly well-known fact that yeah, if you have even enough money from one big success, which Shovel Knight in this case, was a pretty big success, it is really only going to fund the development of your next game at most, and then you're just going to be back to being broke. And yeah, that kind of sucks. If Hollywood worked that way, then we definitely wouldn't have ever had a Hollywood. Yeah. But also, I don't want the game industry to work like Hollywood, because it has its own problems. This feels like this is one of those cases, though, where they are also just threatening the consumer, which you see way too much of that too, where it's like, if you don't buy this game despite maybe not wanting to buy the game, then you're not going to get any further games from us, which I suppose most people realize that that's a possibility, but it is pretty crass when you have a CEO of a game company say something like that, because it is just this implied threat. And there's definitely cases where it's not true. I haven't bought anything from Nintendo in decades. Nintendo's still doing perfectly fine as far as making games. Plenty of people haven't bought things from PlayStation or Xbox. And the better examples are certainly plenty of people have bought games that they really did want to see sequels and support, and then the sequels don't get made even if they are successes. That the ball really is in the court of the developer and the publishers as far as what gets made and what doesn't. Moving on, Xbox has announced the first 12 Game Pass titles for December, including Mortal Kombat 1. Marvel Cosmic Invasion is also available on Game Pass now. With a long list here. Games. That being said, I think just the mention of the Steam machine has pushed more people to feel like Xbox is on its way out, and it just would be very hard to... What is this one called? Routine. Looks like a Halo clone, if I was to guess. It definitely feels to me like Xbox is not the place to be. And see, you have a weird thing here where 33 Immortals may have just been picked because of Expedition 33. Routine looks like a Halo clone. Digging a Hole, a game about digging a hole, is late. You have a Bratz game here for girls, I guess. Yep. Then you have several other things, none of which look particularly big. Like, when your biggest sale is Mortal Kombat 1, that's not a very good pitch. Let's see. One of the things about playing Belatro now, knowing that there are so many Belatro clones, is that there is a real thought to potentially stop playing Belatro and play something that is a Belatro clone that is a more interesting gameplay style than poker. Poker inherently to me is not that exciting of a gameplay mechanic. Let's see, Mega Lucario Z has debuted in a new Pokemon Legends Z-A Mega Dimension trailer. Lucario becomes one of the few Pokemon that can Mega Evolve into 2 different forms. Okay. So, I made this whole Pokemon slideshow and they're introducing new variants and evolutions of the Pokemon with this Mega Dimension DLC, which, yeah, I'll just never be really caught up on that, although I don't think I really care that much. I'm pretty much done with the slideshow. I just need to figure out how to rename the files so that they're in the right order. Yep. There is an interesting aspect of control always in video games as far as how you control the player character and how the player character controls other characters. And Pokemon takes it to a fairly deep extreme in that you are controlling the breeding and the evolution and the things that the Pokemon can learn. And certainly it feels like it takes it to the next level of extreme, that you have just a bracelet that can mega evolve the Pokemon into even a newer form. Although I don't know if they really stay in that mega evolved form. Doesn't seem like they do, so is it really evolution, or is it really just a change of state? Maybe it would have been better to not call it an evolution and called it a awakening of mega powers, or temporary power buff, or something like that. I definitely remember when Pokemon first came out that there was a larger than you would think group of conservative Christians in the United States who were calling it satanic and evil because it used the word evolution in the wrong way. Let's point that out, that the evolutions in Pokemon are not really what evolution is. And people severely misunderstand what evolution is as a concept in science. And yeah, people severely misunderstand what the word theory in science means versus proof, which almost nothing gets labeled as proof in science. It takes too long, and it's too hard to eliminate all the possibilities that something else could be going on to make a proof. Proofs happen pretty much only in maths, where you can run every single possible mathematical combination to prove something to be true or not. And frankly, scientists are just not willing to call their theories proofs. But yeah, it is interesting to me how evolution in Pokemon did not do what you might have wanted to see it do, which is it really didn't promote a greater embracing of the concept of evolution amongst people, or just the assumption that it is accurate and true. But yeah, we definitely don't hear that many conservative Christians these days trying to take on Pokemon. Digimon's evolutions to sorely misunderstand and misuse the word evolution. Evolution in general means you have mutations of a creature. That mutation in that creature causes it to do better in life, survive longer, or be healthier in general, long enough at least to breed and have more offspring and children who would carry on that DNA and hopefully exhibit the same traits in the next generation. So the offspring, the children, have those same traits. They are healthier, they live longer, and they can go on and breed. And it has to be, evolution has to be a generational thing, and generally the assumption is that the mutation gets combined with other enforcements / mutations of that DNA in the next generation, so it continues to go in some direction. So yeah, the general idea is that the tallest giraffes could eat more leaves on a tree, so they were healthier, so they survived, and then the giraffe then that was taller and had the longer necks bred to have baby giraffes who were taller and had longer necks, and that just happened over many thousands of years and many generations. And one of the weirdest things about that is you can get changes that are incredibly illogical and silly because of that. And in particular, there is a major vein in giraffes that goes all the way up their neck and then wraps back down to their heart. And so there's just no reason whatsoever to have so much extra veins, arteries. I think it's an artery that turns into a vein at the top of the head. There's just no reason for that, because it's not really adding significant blood flow to the head in that case. Yeah. There's similar situations with the veins in human necks too, but certainly humans don't have giraffe necks. We're supposed to be talking about video game news, not having a scientific class though. It's not like I'm a genius at science, but I hope to say I understand most of it. The day-to-day stuff that's important. I don't understand particle wave physics. If anyone could explain that to me, I'd be grateful, but I don't think anybody does. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says Splinter Cell Remake has a new director, and it's the same one who left 3 years ago. David Greville was directing the remake but left Ubisoft in 2022. Is he one of the ones that they kicked out for a reason? Or did he perhaps leave because he didn't want to be involved with all those lawsuits? I don't know. Let's see. He worked at Ubisoft Paris, which is where I think a lot of that lawsuit, sexual harassment controversy was happening, and now he moved. Then he moved to Ubisoft Toronto, so he may have just physically moved for any number of reasons. Meanwhile, the bigger story here is that Splinter Cell remakes are still taking way too long to happen. There should have been Splinter Cell remakes happening 8 years ago, as far as the release of Splinter Cell remakes. I don't know in the background like this if it really helps to have icons like this. This just feels visually distracting. This definitely looks like a single screen Unity style puzzle game, and I think probably would just be better to have a soft blue. This green is a little harsh, and it feels like it has even some lighting effects played on it. It's interesting certainly to look at the backgrounds of Balatro and see that they put a lot of effort animating a spinning background while you're playing the game, and realize that for 99% of the time you're not going to be seeing that background or paying any attention to it. This pink is fairly harsh also. I'd also say there's a color palette issue that probably is a little different than what you would want. I don't hate the neon different colors of here, but I kind of do hate that you have a softer blue background and a pink, hot pink background and a bright green background. There should be a tighter, more simpler color background for games like this. Some of these games also have customization where you just pick one color in the background and it just stays with that one color. Moving on, we have Video Games Chronicles saying people are trying to figure out what the Game Awards mysterious statue means, with God of War and Diablo being ruled out. The statue appears to be hyping a new game announcement to be made during the event. Okay, well, we've got a lot of stuff here. And then we have perhaps a little Ionic doorway being shown here. So let's see if we can zoom in and see this. I haven't heard anything about this. So it looks like either very old women or rules here. Got a big alligator here, you've got skulls here. You've got what looks like a demon here. DC Comics has this concept that looks almost like a mummified person. They have a concept of a wall where some of the strongest enemies / bad guys try to go to this wall in the center of the universe, and they get stuck in it and become part of the wall. It just absorbs them and sticks them to it, and yeah, they kind of spoiled that concept of what was the mystery behind this wall blocking the center of the universe by revealing it to be a fairly boring character. So then this looks like a lion's head. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of inconsistency here. The biggest thing would be what looks like a giant piece of armor also carved into this. So my first thought is the desert probably doesn't tell us anything. And my second thought is this doesn't really tell us anything. I don't think this is as much a tease for anything as much as it might be a tease for the Unreal Engine to show off its capability of rendering things. There's no consistency from what's being shown. This might even be a tease of what AI generation can do in something like the Unreal Engine. But yeah, it really just doesn't feel like you would have a consistent world where you have demons, alligators, lions, armor, and all of this. If you were making a game like that, it's going to be something completely new where you're just jumping from different narrative types to another different narrative type, maybe different dimensions. This lion here might be a wolf, which might be a hint at Witcher 3, but they already said that there wasn't going to be anything new shown for Witcher 4, not Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is already out. So yeah, that doesn't really show us anything. It says regal, inspiring thickness. As far as words go, that's supposed to be the words here are a what 3 words map tracking system, apparently, that points to the location of the statue. So this is a real world statue. It is out there. Interesting. In the Mojave Desert in California. So then that kind of means nothing to me. In fact, the closest road is called Yucca Mesa Road, has also some suggesting it could be Half-Life 3 because of the Black Mesa organization, even though the statue wouldn't necessarily fit the style of Half-Life 3 games. Yeah. See, I feel like this is almost certainly a attempt at getting something going. Yeah. And just getting people excited and hyped about things. And the Game Awards. Trying to get away from somebody already pulling out of the Game Awards. Diablo 4 would be something that would be the closest thing to matching something like this. It almost feels like maybe you would be announcing a game like Diablo or Dante's Inferno. Yeah. But yeah, this is one of those cases where even I have spent way too much time looking at this statue and this hint to think that it probably doesn't mean anything at all. And you could just as easily speculate that this statue represents death and Santa Monica, California is the real hint, and that Sony Santa Monica as a studio is about to be shut down. Now you could just as easily speculate on something like that. Yeah. Moving on. Gotta be better about managing my time and random augmented reality mysteries. It's not a good use of, I think, anyone's time. Yeah. And honestly, while it may have worked for a few games as far as promoting games, I think for the most part, you already have to be pretty well known and pretty popular before an augmented reality game makes sense as far as promoting something new. Maybe it makes some sense if you're trying to have some deep mystery in your game, but I don't even like that, because having to exit a game to find out all the mysteries is just annoying. I know that game Fez a few years back had a lot of augmented reality. You have to work with the community to figure out all the secrets, and for me, playing the game later on, I was just looking up answers and walkthroughs, or I was not finding that content more often than not. And that really is just going to be your experience for anyone who's late to the party. Moving on, Hideo Kojima will have a cameo role in Zootopia 2's Japanese dub, replacing the Hollywood star. Kojima says the film's director personally asked him to play the role. Yeah, I'm sure it was closer to the opposite, what Kojima wanted to be playing a role. Like, Kojima clearly wants to be a Hollywood celebrity of some sort. Maybe not an actual actor, but a director or a producer. He has very little interest, I think, in staying around as a game developer. And he probably would be better suited to be a director or producer in Hollywood. What's interesting about that thought in particular would be that he could be a reverse Studio Ghibli. I don't think he really would, but yeah, if he started to all of a sudden fund more wild and crazy Japanese type movies being produced and made in Hollywood, which would mean them getting an unprecedented level of budget compared to the wild and crazy Japanese movies made in Japan. That could be very interesting. He could have a very different style. Now, I don't think he would all of a sudden become a distributor and publisher of what you traditionally think of anime or Japanese content and not made by him. So all that would only help minimally as far as increasing the level of comfort to watch wild and crazy Japanese type content in the movie theaters in America, but it would only increase a little bit of comfort there. Yeah, I don't think he would start bringing over like every single Dragon Ball Z movies, which I see quite a lot of those, and putting them in Hollywood theaters. But he might push somebody like Sony to release those movies in more theaters. Certainly movie theaters are dying, so wilder and crazier things being put on the theaters makes more sense. I assume he's playing this character or voicing this character, which, yeah. It is also, I think, weird to, although it's very typical for Hollywood to say, we're releasing this movie in Japan, let's find any random Japanese person we know to voice this character who does, in all likelihood, is not Japanese. But in fairness, I guess having a Japanese person, any random Japanese person who can actually pronounce the words correctly, is better than just having a localization team do terrible jobs. Which, speaking of terrible localization, there are accusations, it seems to be the case, that some of the dubbing on Amazon Prime Video anime shows is now just being done straight up by AI, and it is doing an awful job with it. Which, yeah, does seem like less and less effort is being done to do dubs on these streaming services in favor of just getting the shows out as quickly as possible. It's really lowering the quality of the product by quite a bit, which a lot of anime shows are already pretty low quality. Let's see. Is this a shoot 'em up game? It's a roguelite game. Not a shoot 'em up. What a weird way to display things, though, to have just 3 vertical images. Definitely makes me think that this is a mobile game and they've literally taken the mobile game screenshots and merged them 3 times to get a 1080p image, which I don't even know why you would do 3 in that case, other than maybe that just feels more balanced, because you're not likely going to have a cell phone that gives a ratio in portrait mode like this that would equate to 3 images in a horizontal mode. Well, regardless, this doesn't really interest me, so we'll move on. Speaking of Hollywood, Paramount is planning a mysterious Sonic the Hedgehog movie spin-off. A Sonic Universe feature will release in 2028. One would kind of assume that it's going to involve Shadow the Hedgehog, but I suppose it could be Tails or a prequel. Could even try and tell more of the story of the mother-like character of Sonic that was in the first movie. I don't think I watched the 3rd Sonic movie, but I thought the first 2 were fine. The first one was really good. The second one was alright. We have a horror game. I'm going to say no to that. Here we have a headline that can never be proven. Only 2% of Battlefield 6 matches during last week were affected by cheaters, EA claims. Battlefield Studio says its Javelin anti-cheat software meant only 1 in 50 matches had cheaters. That means absolutely nothing, because for all you know, that means the number of people being caught as cheaters is just way too low. It could be way too high. And the definition of cheating, as generally defined by a general gamer of Battlefield 6, may be way off compared to what EA claims cheating is. And it certainly speaks to a lack of good news to talk about your game when you're saying that the best thing about our game is that we have a very good anti-cheat system. on the other hand, I imagine there is probably a lot of people who very vocally complain about cheating in Battlefield 6, with the vast majority of people thinking there's cheating going on when maybe there really isn't, and it's just the case that players are better than them. In comparison, Memento Mori tends to only ban maybe 4 or 5 accounts every 3 or 4 months. So I don't know how many people are really playing Memento Mori. I would have to say it's probably in the thousands, low thousands. So 4 or 5 accounts is still probably a fairly high amount. But yeah, for all I know, it could be a few hundred people are only playing Memento Mori. But yeah, that means basically nothing. And even when they announced that they were banning a few accounts, it caused a lot of concern amongst the player base as far as what were these accounts doing to cheat, and is there a possibility other people are accidentally doing that thing. Here we have what looks like probably some AI generated art, if I was to guess, because there's a noticeable difference in the 3D CGI style here, although you can buy these models, and that just leads to kind of an inconsistency for the way the rest of the game looks. In general, that doesn't look good. You have a quote, "GTA's success brought the US government down on us," says an ex-Rockstar co-founder, Dan Houser. They wanted a media boogeyman and couldn't go after Hollywood or rap music, he claims. Which, I don't know why they couldn't go after Hollywood or rap music. Maybe they had just been to that well one too many times, and I kind of would agree with that. But yeah, I can't say that a game called Grand Theft Auto, where you allow and don't punish the player for sleeping with hookers and then robbing them and then running them down with your car, wasn't inviting some level of controversy. In that case, the interactivity of video games can sometimes be a double-edged sword, in that you are definitely not encouraging people to act their best. Here's a kind of great example of what I think the 20% rule really covers, or loose guidelines that I think TV has. So if you were to consider this curvature here all to be the part of the butt, yeah, which a lot of this you could also say is also hip, but whatever. If all of that is the buttocks, we'll do scientific terms, then 80% cheek here is acceptable on both sides, and you need 20% coverage, and so this is probably close to like an 80-20 coverage, and that is probably as far as you would want to go. And then you probably want a much higher ratio on like cleavage and side boob in general, is probably closer to, you can only show 60% side boob at most, with 40% being covered. Tiny micro bikinis and tiny little triangles just covering up nipples, not generally acceptable, I think, for games and Steam. Suppose check out this article if you're interested. This is one of those ones I guess I could tweak a little bit better and see if we could make this either more centered or bigger. If I hit play here, this is still YouTube. I think this is YouTube. If it isn't, I don't know what it is. This is Facebook. Oh, okay. It's weird to have a video on Facebook. It's weird that it's just so easy to forget Facebook even hosts video. But yeah. Now, I suppose it's always important to point out to say I don't want to see censorship, and I think GTA has every right to make whatever kind of game they want to, but they needed to perhaps more boldly defend themselves and push back against accusations of being shallow and crass and violent for violence sake by being more artistic and creative instead of really making just more and more GTA games that are often feel shallow and crass and violent for violence sake. And certainly they don't help their argument much by also just severely over monetizing through the casino gambling mechanic. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like there's a deep artistic vision there, which, yeah, I definitely would like to have seen a deeper artistic vision. Maybe one of the GTA games had a pretty decent story, one or two, but a lot of them have fairly forgettable stories. You definitely don't hear people talking about the narrative and the stories around GTA games. Same problem with like Far Cry too, is that there's one or two really good narrative experiences for Far Cry, and then the rest of them are kind of copy and paste and not particularly worth discussing. We have Dan Hauser says people leading the push for AI are not the most humane or creative people. Humanity is being pulled in a direction led by people who aren't fully rounded humans, he says. I do agree with that sentiment, certainly. But yeah. It's funny, this is the Chris Evans breakfast show on Virgin Radio. That's a weird source, certainly, for this. Sounds like a British talk show, which there's a lot of those out there. Moving on, Fortnite fans start hunting for AI slop after spotting alleged AI-generated artwork. Epic has yet to officially confirm whether any of the game's art was generated by AI. And yeah, it definitely feels to me that this is a pretty good witch hunt, if any witch hunt can be good. It's to just say, hey, anytime any game uses AI, people are going to come out with their pitchforks and start looking for it and trying to find as many examples as possible, even if it is just getting them hits on their own personal YouTube channels. There's an update here. The artist behind the Marty McFly image, which has falsely been accused of being generated by AI, has now posted video evidence that he created it themselves. The story has been updated to add a link to the video. Inherently, there is a problem, I think, in that if your artwork looks like AI and you created it not using AI, you need to probably figure out a better style that is more recognizable. Let's see, one user suggested this piece of manga style Marty McFly graffiti art, which is unlockable in the game's battle pass as AI. But yeah, so it's not the 3D model Marty McFly they're talking about this art. This doesn't look particularly great, as far as a piece of art in general. This is a Reddit post. Maybe there's room to tweak Reddit so it looks better. I will say I really don't have any great skill in identifying AI, and so it has just rapidly eroded any last bastions of trust that we might have had on art. But when you look at like the toes here, that does look like that was hand drawn and not some kind of AI generated thing. And the Yeti legs here, which, yeah, that's, I assume what this is some kind of Yeti in either a hammock or ring collection tarp. Or is this the art they're thinking is AI? See, the problem here is you could draw this in a very different style, and then you could run not what we call AI these days, but you could run filters and stylizers on something. Notice the hands are in the pockets and the fingers are mostly hidden. So I could see the main thought of that maybe trying to hide the fact that fingers are often misanimated, or you have like 6 fingers when AI tries to draw something. I'd like to see the video evidence. It'd probably be really long, though, if it's not being shown. Added, the story has been updated to add the link to the video. Posted a video. Took me to Reddit. Okay, so let's just go back here and pause at the very beginning of this video, and let's just implement a thought here as far as how I'd interpret this. This is a 25-second video, so not really showing a lot of evidence, and might be a great argument that all artists these days pretty much need to animate everything in some kind of saved Twitch live stream or YouTube live stream. Even if nobody is going to actually watch and you're just not trying to actually be a content creator, it may just be the perfect level of documentation to prove that you started completely from scratch, which this video is not starting from scratch. The entire outline here at the beginning of the video is here. So it could be very easily the case that this was generated in AI. It could be very easily the case that this image was photo referenced and traced, which was the old plagiarism accusations that would get thrown on people, and tracing and photo referencing certainly does feel like plagiarism, and that you're starting with the vast majority of the picture already being done for you. And you can certainly use Photoshop and things like that to take a real photo and then just turn it into a pencil sketch, and then go from the pencil sketch to add things back. You could very easily have generated the entire image in AI and then reverse generated the image into this point, and then every single layer could be added at a different time. The layer numbering here seems weird too, but I don't know how the software would really work, whether that would prove anything. If you saw that the layer number 1 was the final version, and then layer number 2 was a lesser version of the final version, and the numbers were going backwards, that would certainly imply that you started with an image and then you made this video after the fact to prove it wasn't AI. But yeah, he's just toggling the different layers, which that does feel like the way people would animate things. I don't know if that's really the way you want to color things in, but I guess it works. But yeah, this is definitely not evidence that someone drew this picture. It's evidence that someone could take a picture and break it up into layers, which pretty much anyone could do, and that they could add color to it. And again, this might be a great example where you need a entire hours, if not days worth of work recorded from beginning to end as people try and draw and animate things. Noticeably here, you're not seeing any erasing or pencil strokes or anything like that. Yeah. So, in fairness, this is like the first time I've ever seen a Reddit post and actually had to click on it, so I don't think trying to change the image there and put in the special custom CSS is worth it. That's my thought that's going on in the back of my head. Neither one of these images scream AI generation though, to me, which may just be a testament to how numb I am to detecting it, but if it was one company that is going to be held to a very higher standard than normal, it's going to be Epic, because Epic has very verbally come out and said that they don't support labeling games with AI on their storefront, and they expect all games to have AI in them in going forward in the future, or they expect that they probably will have AI in them. Let's see. A Rockstar animator has seemingly included GTA 6 animations in their demo reel. The video was taken offline, but is being shared on social media. So yeah, the new Rockstar GTA game is set in Florida, and this would be, I think, your stereotypical parody fat Floridians, American bra. Again, yeah, that coverage rule, if you were to count all of just about this as boob, then you can get a deep amount of coverage here. You can even get a decent amount of side boob, but I would say you probably need to cover up at least 60% to be safe for being on Steam. Of course, it's very sexist, and that the men can have just as big boobs and be fat too, and they can be totally topless. Back here, we have some characters. Doesn't seem like they're particularly too interesting. These definitely feel like they might be fairly redneck hillbilly types, although in Florida I don't know if you'd really call them hillbillies. Do we have a actual link to the video? No. Video isn't available anymore, and Video Games Chronicle is not going out of their way to find a backup copy of it. Which, yeah, that does present an interesting question as far as how early should an artist be allowed to put their art in the demo reel and show off what they're doing. particularly when you're talking a super long project like making a GTA game, which has probably been in development for at least 6 to 8 years. Yeah, it is inherently unfair that you are effectively under an NDA and possibly just going to be not allowed to show off what you're creating working for a company ever. And that's true for lots of people, particularly non-artistic people, is that you often have very little you can put in your resume as far as what you're actually doing, what projects you're actually working on, and build up a resume to go and get other work or get more work. For artists in particular, that's a real problem, and it almost demands that artists have to do side projects for their own demo reels while also working a job. But then also you don't want games spoiled, so putting this kind of art in your demo reels and your portfolios, it'd be more a portfolio for an artist, an animator, than a demo reel, is, yeah, it's an interesting quagmire. I guess I genuinely would always side with the little man, the worker. So I would say that the worker probably has a right to spoil a little bit and have some demo reels of video that they've animated recently. But I think that they may still get sued, so it almost feels like you have to do these side projects and animate something similar, but not too similar. But yeah, I don't know how many video game animators even get hired based off of their demo reels. Some definitely do, but I imagine a lot of them are hired by games that actually came out and that they worked on years previously. Yeah. This really doesn't likely spoil anything for GTA. And so, yeah. And in fairness, if you were an animator working at Rockstar, you could probably apply to plenty of other jobs and say, I'm working at Rockstar, and you could probably show these kinds of animations in private, and as long as it's not getting out to the public, that should be fine. Like, I don't think an animator at Rockstar really should be seeking out public commissions per se, and so you probably would save yourself a lot of hassle by saying demo reel available upon request. Well, this looks like a fairly generic game here, Merlin Survivors, but then this gold bondage necklace of the character thumbnail certainly feels a little out of place and does give it a different feel to it. But that disconnect does lead me to not really want to give it a chance. Alright, so I think we have done all the Video Games Chronicle news articles, considering the whole Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Cyber Monday week going on. So that would bring us to the Gamatsu Chronicles and would make it a really good time for me to take a little bit of a break. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, so that's going to bring us to the Gematsu news, and if anything, I suspect we'll go through one Gematsu story and then one game on Steam and toggle in that order. Bollocks Pit has sales of topped 1 million. 3 free content updates are set for 2026. A-balls, new evolutions, new buildings, new characters, and more. From the little I've seen of actual gameplay of Bollocks Pit, it does feel like there's just a lot more going on outside of the main gameplay to potentially push a player to keep on playing compared to Baleotro. Obviously, Bollocks Pit is inspired by Baleotro and the Vampire Survivors type of roguelike new generation concept. The main thing, though, that might be a bit of a stumbling block, but probably not too much for me, is its main gameplay mechanic of playing Arkanoid. Yeah. So, yeah. The trailer here is just promising more stuff. You can see how this could get very flashy and hard to follow. Maybe even a little bit of, what is that, epileptic for all the flashiness. The bosses here in Bollocks Pit also are way more interesting than the bosses in Baleotro. Baleotro would be a much better game had it not been the first of a new generation of that concept. Like, it would have just by necessity had to have been a better game, or it would have not actually caught on. Which does make an interesting art concept that maybe the right way to play Baleotro is to play it for a little while until you get the general gist of it, and then jump over to other games that have evolved on it much more. In the same way that I guess playing Free Cell gets you accustomed to the idea of playing with cards, and then playing poker is a little bit more complicated than Free Cell or any other kind of solitaire games. Well, actually, playing Free Cell gets you a little accustomed to the rules and the way to play solitaire, and then there's plenty of more complicated solitaires out there, although none of them are particularly that complicated. Let's see, Pummacole and the Crown of the Pirate King has been announced for the Switch and PC. It's a puzzle adventure game due out in early 2026. Looks like it is possibly kid-friendly from the looks of it. Feels a little British in its art style in the 2D art, but then it abruptly changes to 3D art, which is not terrible looking 3D art, it's just always a little disappointing to have that 2D art and then it'd be really just a tease for something completely different. Yeah. There's almost an admittance here. This is from THQ Nordic. That's a little surprising. It's almost an admittance here that now that it is so expensive to make 2D art and so difficult to make 2D art that it has become this special thing, whereas 3D art seems to be easier and easier to do. Game Pass adds Mortal Kombat 1, Death Hollow, Dome Keeper, Routine, and more in early December. We talked about this before. Gematsu does a much better job, I think, of formatting their lists, and I've done, therefore, a better job of displaying their formatted list. There is perhaps an argument to removing this white bar here as far as a tweak goes. Yeah, I think the page would look a little bit better if you didn't have the white bar. It's really just adding an indent where one doesn't really need an indent. Moving on, Pokemon Legends Z-A DLC Mega Dimension reveals Mega Lucario Z. Yeah. We already watched this. And then you can get Mewtwo and Mewtwo Knight stones, and I have no idea who Mewtwo Knight is. But I would assume it's some kind of Mewtwo like clone. Although Mewtwo is a clone of Mew, and Mew is supposed to be one of the godlike Pokemon in which there is only one. And so, you know, it was a pretty big deal originally that you could even see Mew, let alone, I don't think you were allowed to capture Mew or Mewtwo. So, yeah. I guess it's 2 evolutions, mega evolutions of Mewtwo. And so you can just now, I guess, capture Mewtwo. Which definitely speaks to the power creep of Pokemon, where these entire movies of Mew and Mewtwo being some of the most powerful Pokemon originally, and years now later, they are fairly basic characters. It also certainly speaks to the lack of popularity of a lot of the newer Pokemon and even the older Pokemon of the original 150 Pokemon. Interesting, none of this is working. Did I break this somehow? How did I break that? I'm gonna reload the page and see if it works now. No, I need to research that. But like none of these clicks here are working. But yeah, of the 150 Pokemon, I really suspect only about 25 of them are characters that people actually remember and care about. Moving on, Perennial Dusk Kinsenka is coming to the Switch on April 30th, 2026. It's a visual novel currently available for PC. Is it on Steam? Yes. But weirdly, that Steam link didn't open. So that's something I want to research. Yeah, none of the Steam links for Komatsu worked. Let's see. Would there be any reason for that to be the case? This is enabled. Yeah, I'm gonna have to research that. I assume this is just your standard visual novel, where it seems like it's set more in that older eras of Japan, where they're wearing kimonos. And this trailer certainly is perhaps a masterclass in itself on how to hype up a visual novel by showing very little of the screenshots in the game and instead having a lot of high energy music playing in the background and the character talking, explaining things. A lot of high action pans and tilts that won't likely be in the game. I'm not sure that this isn't actually set more in a modern time and they just are dressed a little bit old-fashioned. And certainly they love to bundle in extras. So I'm gonna keep that and figure out. I'm gonna highlight the Steam link so we can figure out why that didn't automatically opened. Yeah. as a visual novel. This is on Steam. It's rated 150 people rated it very positively, over 85%. I am in this quagmire where I'm still wondering if somebody on my family share might be really into visual novels. And that's why I'm mostly putting them on the wish list. But high chance that actually doesn't happen. I would be ecstatic if any kid was into visual novels, frankly. They're not going to say or show any level of offensiveness that would be worse than probably what a Playboy would say in its articles or show in its Playboy magazines, which I had not realized how little photos are actually in Playboy magazines. I happened to look at one and it's just like full of ads, really, and articles. So yeah, if it got a kid to read 30,000 to 100,000 words, which is your typical amount of words in a visual novel, then that would be a huge trade-off. My biggest concern, though, would be turning them into too much of a nerd and having them too focused on reading visual novels and not focused enough on dealing with the real world and dealing with actual humans. Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't want to turn them into too much of a weeb. But in general, you have little control over that. Let's see, moving on. Gamatsu says DragX Drive version 1.2.0 update is now available and it adds survival tag, which I assume is a new gameplay style and not just a tag labeled to the game, plus other updates and bug fixes. This game just sent out to die. In fairness, it probably didn't have a high chance of succeeding in the first place. If Nintendo was going to make a basketball game, they needed to make probably a Mario basketball game. I can't help but think that they just didn't want Mario on this game, and it definitely would be somewhat uncouth, I guess might be the right word to say, if you had all the Mario characters sit down in wheelchairs even though they're not disabled and play wheelchair basketball, which is a real thing and sometimes I think might be more interesting to watch than regular basketball. But then even at that, they didn't try to license any wheelchair basketball people, not that there's really any celebrities that I know of, but they made them into robots in wheelchairs, which also feels uncouth. Kind of just rejecting that there are actual humans who play wheelchair basketball because they're in wheelchairs. Moving on, Rune Factory Gardens of Azuma PS5 trophies have surfaced. The life simulation action RPG is seemingly headed to a new platform. This was released on Steam on June 5th. You can see it's rated very positively. And it is a farming simulator game with RPG elements, but it does once again stand out quite a bit by having a completely different art style, a completely different scale compared to 8-bit sprites or 16-bit sprites. There's no pixeliness here. Being set in an Asian country and an Asian theme causes it to stand out, I think, a lot more. You can see a trailer here really hiding a lot of the farming aspects. Although it definitely seems like farming plays a huge role in this. Frame rate still runs terribly on these. Yeah, in general, I do feel like the farming gameplay mechanic really needs to be very minimal in a much bigger game to interest me personally. Yeah. And this definitely seems like there's a lot of characters with a lot of voice acting that I can hear. Yeah. If the YouTube Content ID wasn't so terrible, I would play the audio on these, and I probably could get away with playing the audio, but yeah. But yeah, that entire trailer makes it very much look like an action RPG. So, yeah. The fact that there's a bonds strengthening system and farming really only gets hinted at more in a couple of these screenshots. Moving on, the Axis Unseen for the PS5 launches December 4th. Do we have a trailer for that? No. It was released on Steam when? In 2024. Yeah. I don't remember this game at all. I can see why its visuals would have a bit of an appeal to me. It does always feel a little sucky that you have games like this that are a couple years old and they only have a couple hundred reviews. That really is the state of just being even slightly below the most popular games, is that you have a lot of games that just get overlooked far too much. Let It Die offline version has been announced. You can transfer your data from the online version. I assume the online version is being shut down. Let's see. We've been running the service for a very long time since it started, and we've been running it for a long time. But we've gotten feedback from customers for a long time that they wanted an offline version. And so they're going to add an offline version. Inherently, I probably would have thought about playing Let It Die if it had come out on Steam and had an offline version. The latest game in the series, Let It Die Inferno, is due out for the PS5 and PC via Steam on December 3rd, so they're putting out an offline version right now without announcing any shutdown of the online version, but undoubtedly the shutdown is coming. And here we have the adult pop-up here, and it does say that sexual content is the fourth most popular tag, so that's why the pop-up is happening here. That is exactly the same as these tags. In fact, this HTML code is literally just being copied from that. And I don't know what actual game developer created stuff is sexual. I guess maybe bikinis and outfits, but I think it probably is more of an experience. This is a free-to-play game with in-app purchases, so I don't know how that offline version really is going to work that way. But yeah, I imagine they're going to shut it down completely. Apparently it does have nudity in it. That's surprising. It's not really the kind of game I would have thought would have had nudity in it. I would have thought it would have been lewd, but not nude. But yeah, M+ rated. This is from 2018, so 7 years it's been going. It undoubtedly is on the verge of being shut down. Yeah, let's open that page again and just see how many people are playing it right now. 173 people online. All-time peak on Steam was only 1,939. The number of players is way too low. And for a niche game, it's probably pretty high numbers. It just really goes to show where these online games as a service, just don't make a lot of sense. Now, inherently, I don't know if this game overall makes any sense in an offline mode. It feels like you'd just be attacking random enemies over and over again, grinding for, I guess, costumes and items. I don't know if there really is a story that has a beginning and a middle and an end for this game. Moving on, let's see. DualSense Wireless Controller Genshin Impact Limited Edition has been announced. Pre-orders open on December 11th. Do I want to make pictures like this bigger? Not really. It just take longer to scroll to the bottom. So, new controller being sold. Don't Stop Girly Pop launches January 29th, 2026. It's a Y2K Girly Pop arena style movement shooter. That is a mouthful of keywords that don't fully make sense. Yeah. So, we've got some kind of heavy beat with vocals, Japanese sound being played in the background. I would assume that's girly pop. Yep. This is probably one of those games that I would just describe as visual barf. Just way too much neon, way too much motion. Yeah. A lot of running and sliding and jumping while also shooting. It's Quake taken to a very far extreme, plus throwing in a girly pop theme. And I guess if this became popular, that might be proof that girls just want to play shooters with a little bit more pink in it. Which I'm not sure they do, but it's an interesting experiment, I imagine, though it doesn't really go too far. Do I even really want to put something like this on the follow list? No, but I will make a YouTube short on it. Styx Blades of Greed have been delayed to February 19th, 2026, no longer due out in the fall. Pretty much anything that was due out in the fall is not coming out at this point. I played the first Styx games and didn't really like it, so didn't go any further in playing the second game. I guess in general there might be some arguments to think about playing this next game, but I don't think I really would. But I will make a YouTube short on it. Let's see. Bleach Rebirth of Souls DLC character, I believe this is pronounced Yawa, launches December 3rd for Season Pass owners. December 10th for all. It might be more appropriate to pronounce it as Yahweh, because, yeah, inherently in the Bleach Rebirth of Souls series, this is the main character, the main boss of the Quincy's, and the Quincy's are heavily based off of, it feels like, just old school Christianity. This Yawa character is capable of controlling all of the other Quincy's, killing them at the single mere thought. He is basically a god to the Quincy's, he can absorb their power and become even more powerful. He is the son of the overall god king in the Bleach universe amongst the, what are they called? Soul Reapers? Yeah, and the Soul Reaper Society. And so he is just this like rejected son who is trying to just kill that god and take over all of the Soul Society. And the Soul Society in itself is a idea on more Asian religions of Buddhism and Shintoism. Now the anime doesn't really explain this particularly well, but yeah, the whole idea of the Soul Society is to engage with souls and create a reincarnation cycle for souls. And so it's two afterlife concepts literally battling each other. Of course, there's a ton of weirdness in Bleach that's not being covered in the whole 1,000 Years Blood arc. Is a really long, drawn-out nightmare of a series that's telling a story from the manga that would have been better told in quicker, better experiences. That's a problem with a lot of some of even the really best anime right now, is that you'll get one episode and it barely does anything to move the story forward. One Punch Man right now is a great example of that. It's just like one episode has a very boring fight that gets wrapped up in one episode and then moves the story forward maybe an inch or two. Same was true with the 1,000 Years Blood arc, as far as much as I've seen. Yeah. And you would side with the Quincy's a lot more if it weren't for the level of aggression. Yeah, he just pronounced it Yuha Bawa, which is not spelled anything like that. But the Bawa might be king. The Quincy the Quincy's were named after letters of the alphabet, and he's A for the Almighty. His eyes get weird later on in the series like that, and shows his power of basically seeing the future. Yeah. Yeah, and even showing that trailer might be a content ID issue. Let's see Rebirth of Souls and just see how well it's being received. Not particularly well. In the last 30 days, 90%, but overall it's at 67%. Yeah, it's a case, certainly for a lot of these anime games, that they just make these medium effort fighting games, and that's about all you really could do with Bleach. It would probably be more helpful if you made a mobile game that recapped all the story of Bleach, but I don't think many people would really engage with that or play with that. The kid I gave a Steam Deck to apparently dressed up as one of the Bleach characters. Let's not show this. That will get content ID. I don't know which Bleach character he dressed up as for Halloween, and honestly I'm a little surprised his parents let him watch Bleach, or more accurately they give him like uncontrolled Netflix access, and Netflix may be doing a bad job of splitting Bleach off from the kids sections or a kid's account. But yeah, he's a little young, by maybe a year or two, to be watching Bleach. And if you're going to get into anime, I definitely could list a ton of Studio Ghibli things he should probably watch before I'd say watch Bleach, and not try to encourage him to not just fall into that standard Dragon Ball Z style anime fan that literally only watches fighting anime and would never give the time of day to any other anime. Or maybe they'd watch like Death Note because it's edgy and edgelord. But yeah, there's nothing inherently wrong with Bleach. It's not offensive. In fact, it's actually fairly tame if you don't care about violence. As far as the lewd content goes, there's almost none of that, and there's no nudity. But yeah, it is just a fighting series, a pretty bad one at that, which most fighting series are pretty bad. Moving on to our last Komatsu article that we have open, at least. Jacob Jazz Tamarindo's Freaking Dinner is coming to Switch on December 11th. This is a very weird title. I would assume Tamarindo's is a fake restaurant name, if I was to guess, and maybe it was supposed to be diner instead of dinner. There's a lot of weirdness here, which makes it kind of harder to see if there's good quality in the animation, but I do feel like there's a little bit more polish in the animation here that does speak to some level of quality. I assume this might be some kind of twist on Five Nights at Freddy's. But yeah, we are just getting more and more bizarre horror imagery in games these days, which there was always a lot of that bizarre horror imagery in the old days, but it was fairly unique. If you were talking about The Nightmare Before Christmas, that would have been the only example that people would have known about as far as a art style like that or anything close to that. And even now, Nightmare Before Christmas really only falls under a slightly greater category of Tim Burton stop-motion animation shows. Speaking of shows, Star Trek Lower Decks is on sale right now. Not at a huge sale. It's still a Blu-ray set for the entire series, which is like 3 seasons for like $20. So not a terrible price really to get it on Blu-ray, but also a series that probably you're going to get to see streaming. I don't think it's just going to be hidden behind, what is it, Paramount Plus, I think, has the Star Trek stuff, which the whole service is almost certainly going to go away and become part of either Netflix or Amazon Prime or Disney, or probably several of them all at once. I did enjoy Lower Decks for its differentness, and a different twist on Star Trek, but I don't know if I'm super into the idea of owning a lot of the past second generation Star Trek stuff. I have the original series, I have the Next Generation series on Blu-ray. I don't even have the Next Generation movies. I don't think they're particularly good enough to really go out of your way to buy. I don't want really any Deep Space Nine. I've never really enjoyed that series. I don't want Voyager. I don't want Enterprise. I definitely don't want any of the new reboots or the new movies. So yeah, I am an old school fan, only really liking the first and second generation of the TV series as far as Star Trek goes, and then pretty much anything post Babylon 5 has never interested me enough to really want to own it. I've watched it, but it all ends pretty terribly, and doesn't go around long particularly good either. Moving on to the Gaming on Linux articles. I'm supposed to be talking about video games here, not Star Trek shows. Half-Life Legacy arrives on December 12th, but you'll need Proton on Linux due to native Linux issues. Okay, I'll take it at that. Now, I think I zoomed this down. This one is actually, as a page, zoomed down quite a bit, so there's room for improvement as far as rescaling things, because this is 100% on Gaming on Linux. It's just going edge to edge with no margin and buffer at all. It's basically clipping off the edges of the screen. So I have to bring it all the way down to 67%, which I guess maybe I could type in an exact number. Nope, I cannot. Yeah, I have to scroll down that much just to get the image to fit. And that's not something I should tweak or try and work on at the moment, because if vertical streaming kicks in, I'm gonna have to stretch and squeeze everything down to be way more vertical anyways. So here's the fan-made project of upgrading Half-Life 1. That being said, I don't know why you would play... Yeah, I just don't know why you would want to play this fan-made tweak and mod of the original game instead of just playing Black Mesa, which was the fan-made total remake of Halo 1. Yeah. You just, I guess, would have to be a really big fan of Halo and already have played all the other versions of Half-Life. Which, yeah. I feel like it's very possible that the game industry in general just owes a check to Valve for taking so much heat away, so many other sequels, speculations, and rumors. Like Ubisoft in particular should be sending a Christmas gift every year to Valve for having people talk about Half-Life 3 instead of talking about Beyond Good and Evil 2. But still, there's plenty of people that talk about it, but it would be way higher if there wasn't so much of a focus, now really a meme, around joking about Half-Life 3. On the other hand, I think maybe the gaming community deserves to send some coal for Christmas to Valve, in that there clearly are fairly competent game developers, tweakers, and modders out there who are spending way too much time even now remaking Half-Life 3 instead of making their own games, which there's, I think, room to say I would personally prefer new games. Right, I'm gonna give this a follow. Doesn't look like much of a game though. Fedora Linux 44 will get improved NT sync, enabling Proton and Wine. What is NT sync? Is that... Does Windows still use the new technology code at all? I mean, that was like Windows 2000 that introduced that. Maybe it does. Or maybe NT sync stands for something else. It's not Windows New Technology. Windows NT, Windows 2000. I think Windows 2000 was for end user consumers and homes, and NT was for offices. Let's see. Well, I don't get any further details there, so I'll leave it at that. And I can't even scroll down. There's just nothing down there now. Exodus, the Colonization of space doesn't look like anything. Fanatical launches a new Play on the Go bundle, great for Steam Deck and other handhelds. There are several games listed here in Gaming on Linux, all Steam Deck verified. There is perhaps an argument to go for this. I guess the question really, again, would come down to the actual value. Now if I open this build your own bundle, is it going to start to automatically open Steam links? Doesn't seem like it is. I bet none of these link directly to Steam, and that would be the case. Yeah. None of these actually link to Steam. So that's why the pages aren't opening up. So yeah, I don't think it's really necessary to filter out Fanatical and try and make it look different. Okay, so I don't think I own Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, Double Pack. I might own one of those games. I do think I own Wolfenstein 3. I think I own 2. I may own the New Order. 8-Bit Adventure, I probably don't own that. And I probably don't own that. So this is kind of one of those examples where a bundle might save me a bunch of money to buy a bunch of games that may not even be on my follow list / wish lists. The big games, less likely. This one feels like this might be a little bit too lewd for YouTube these days. And I know 100% Orange Juice has been on the list. And getting just that game at a discount might be worth it. So it would be $9 to get 3 games, or a little less than $15 to get 5 games, then about $15 to get 7+ games. So not a terrible bundle. Only real issue here is the 18th is the big winter sale on Steam, so it's kind of a terrible time to try and get games otherwise. Let's see, NVIDIA beta driver 590.44.01 has been released for Linux. I imagine it is just tweaks, as I assume pretty much all of the NVIDIA drivers are tweaks. I'm not ever going to really introduce major new features. Any major new feature is going to probably be based on a new hardware coming out, like something like ray tracing. And since I don't think we'll see any new video cards coming out for a while, we're probably not expecting any new features to really push that and promote that, with it, particularly with AI buying all the video cards and RAM and computer hardware in general. It would be kind of crazy to come out with some new feature targeted particularly for gamers. Let's see. Moving on, the spiritual successor to Star Fox, Wild Blue Skies gets a fresh gameplay trailer. This is a self-appointed title of being the spiritual successor to Star Fox. As far as I know, nobody who worked on Star Fox is actually working on this game. But I don't know what else you could really call it other than a spiritual successor to Star Fox. It looks very much like Star Fox, perhaps maybe a little bit closer to Star Fox 64 than the original Super NES Star Fox game. I'm pretty sure on top of the Lost Star Fox 2, which became Unlost, there was a Star Fox for like the Wii or the Wii U that I think basically nobody played. Yeah, this is definitely feels like Star Fox, which in fairness, I could do with some Star Fox. The characters are popping up and saying certain lines of dialogue that are kind of annoying. Yeah. This definitely has a modern polish to it, but it kind of also feels like you are just way too close to playing the exact same game as far as level design. That might be the case, is that it is just really hard to make Star Fox levels stand out and feel different compared to previous levels that we've already done and already seen. There's a whole rain effect happening that you wouldn't expect. And here we have a new boss. I'd assume when you hit this boss, you're in an infinite area and it's just going to constantly move forward. There is a possibility that a game like this may be either too fast or too slow for modern gamers, where I imagine modern gamers probably want things to move a little bit faster, and that might artificially increase the challenge too. Yeah. This, as a trailer, looks very polished, and probably shouldn't be sitting and watching all of it, but we're almost done. This definitely looks like a game worth keeping an eye out for. It is my hope that I could find several games that would be spiritual successors to old Nintendo 64 games and Nintendo games in general, but they are doing the exact thing where each character says a different line based on the amount of damage they took, and the amount of damage they take is based on how much you support them. And there's whole bonuses that is new to this game, and that's about the only thing new here that I've seen in it. Because I can't cover Nintendo games, it would be great to see more people make clones on it. There might literally just be a copyright issue that pops up on something like this, though. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they get sued by Nintendo for being so close to Star Fox, which would probably be a mistake, but Nintendo would probably make that mistake. Yeah. The only thing we didn't see is when we got into the boss fight, it didn't turn into a 3D boss fight, and I think that might be more of a Star Fox 64 conceit, where you get turned into an arena and you're fighting in circles versus being on rails shooting forward always. Certainly have for a very long time tried to find something that was like Mario 64. While there's been many attempts, I have not found anything that felt anywhere as good. Moving on, Mugenics will be 100% Steam Deck compatible at launch. From the creators of The Binding of Isaac and The End is Nigh, Mugenics is promising to be one of the most interesting roguelikes released in forever. There is not really a reason why Mugenics wouldn't be. There's really no reason why it wouldn't be Steam Deck compatible. I feel like this video that is playing here was a while ago. But yeah, you can see it's a positional placement location strategy game, so there's not a lot of action in it. Yeah. It still has a lot of the art styles of The Binding of Isaac in the way things are animated, which is really, I think, just their art style. But I do think Mugenics in particular is perhaps going to be a little less abrasive as far as not having just severe anti-Christianity and severe child abuse themes like Binding of Isaac does. And we're not going to watch all of this. But yeah, you can definitely see there's no reason why this shouldn't work on a Steam Deck. I do have a slight concern as far as some games potentially considered the Steam Deck with its touchpads may just encourage some game developers to have less controller support, and I think that would be a mistake. I think games need more controller support even now than less controller support. I will say the menu layout in Balatro is pretty bad. As far as when you end the game, particularly on a challenge, you have to click several buttons before you can jump into the same challenge and try again. And even when you end the game on the main run, you still are probably pushing too many buttons for what you really would want to jump back into the game. And then moving around the menus in Balatro with a controller is rough because the buttons just aren't really lined up in nice vertical and horizontal rows and columns. And so you move in one direction and you end up highlighting a different button. It's also a little too easy to hit the discard button or the play hand button and confuse those two. There's also weirdness in that sometimes the right bump button buys things and sometimes the right button actually uses items, when it would make a lot more sense to always have use be right bump and always have buy be left bump, or vice versa. Moving on, the pixel art real-time strategy game TFC The Fertile Crescent joins with Microprose software and is now Steam Deck verified. I would assume this is a post-development publishing deal, if I was to guess. And if you told me that this was a game from years ago, I might believe you, other than the fact that it looks a little too visually polished. You see, this is a great example of where, particularly on a Steam Deck, you're going to have less screen space, and even on a regular monitor, if you're doing a real-time strategy and you're just needing a lot of characters to be around to control and do things, the characters have to become really, really small, and you can't really even call that 8-bit sprites. It feels like some made-up term needs to be created for 4-bit sprites or 2-bit sprites. In reality, they probably are 16-bit sprites. They're just really scaled down. visually. It's also a great example of where the thumbnail of the game looks fairly different. Let's see. I didn't even know Valve was working on this, but I guess they had to have been in secret. Well, they don't have to do anything, but it would have been silly if they hadn't. Valve's version of Android on Linux, which is based on Waydroid, is now called Lepton. Interesting name. It's not Lipton as in Lipton iced tea. Lepton, is that some kind of planet? The Waydroid icon is a little frog. So the fact that they're adding a planetary appeal and visual to it is weird. I guess Lepton might very well be a planet. Still don't have a whole lot of details on how this is going to all work outside of Lepton, enabling Android APKs for developers on the upcoming Steam Frame VR kit, but it's now that little bit more official with the proper name and even a logo. Yeah, the first step here, and I definitely think it's the first step, is to let Android VR games specifically work on the Steam Frame. The next step is going to be to have a very smooth procedure of running Waydroid on the Steam Deck and the Steam machine to play Android games. And then the third step, which is probably very far away, is going to be to straight up have Android APKs being sold both on Android phones through Steam and on Steam machines and other hardware that is running Steam OS. They may keep it to Steam OS though. You may not be able to install Lepton on a Bazzite Linux build and get that level of polish and that level of performance on Android games. It would certainly have a nice verification process procedure happen there where games on Steam that you can actually play on the Steam machine that are actually Android APKs are going to be tested to make sure they run well, whereas any random APK might have real trouble running, considering how Android apps are designed to run on completely different kinds of hardware than what PCs are built on. At some point it might just be cheaper and easier to throw in a cell phone processor into a main computer and let it run Android apps that way. Yeah. I certainly would consider buying some Android games if I could buy them through Steam, if it was part of my Steam library. But we haven't gotten to that point. You can install Waydroid on a Steam Deck right now. It's a bit of a hassle and it doesn't have anywhere as much support as you would like rotating a Steam Deck doesn't automatically rotate the screen. Button configurations and controls aren't particularly well mapped. There's a long loading time to load in the VM virtual machine to play the Android apps. There aren't really a ton of Android games worth playing that would even work. There's a lot of limitations on Android not having the kind of security verifications to run things well. It makes a lot more sense to have Android app developers port their games or other software to Steam as PC versions than it does to use Waydroid. But if you cannot wait or they won't do that, Waydroid does work. Waydroid does, however, break also every time there's a new Steam Deck update, which that won't be a problem for Lepton if it ever does show up in general in SteamOS and not just for the Steam frame. Let's move on. Linux players on Steam hit an all-time high for November 2025. Valve released statistics for the Steam hardware and survey software for November, which shows once again that Linux use is trending nicely upwards. I found a new page on Steam called Stats that might have some information worth looking at and talking about. For November, overall operating systems is 94.79% Windows. Linux is at 3.20%, which is continuing to trend higher than it ever has been. macOS is at 2.02%. Yeah. SteamOS Hollow is still seemingly the biggest Linux distribution people are using. CachyOS seems to be gaining in popularity, weirdly, more than even Bakelite is. But yeah, I guess it's perhaps just an all-out war as far as which OS to install, as SteamOS is not installable on general hardware. And the second SteamOS is installable on general hardware, you'll probably see this list have everything fall down severely, with SteamOS being the going up severely to make up the difference. Let's see. Building a retro Linux gaming computer, part 48, Byzantine Labyrinth. This is a long-running series, I suppose, but it's not really video game news. So this is another page that I probably should have auto-close, although he rarely writes these articles anyways. It's like one every couple of months. Hightail devs confirm they're working to bring it to Linux and Mac OS, which, okay, good to hear. Well, it's really not news until it actually happens, though. The Jingle Jam 2025 charity event is live with a new bundle of games. Let's see. If you donate £35, you'll get keys for all these games. Everything's in pounds. Do I recognize any of these games? Not really. Recognize perhaps Core Keeper or Dungeons of Hindenburg. I do recognize a couple of them. Are they super exciting games? No. Yeah. I haven't heard of this campaign against living miserably, which I guess they thought of the initialism first, calm. Let's see, moving on, Good Old Games adds a huge Stalker Gamma as a one-click install mod. One-click mod install. So I guess Good Old Games is getting into curated mods now that they're promoting. And let's see, a retro Acorn Risk OS gym returns with Exodus: The Colonization of Space now on Steam. I remember Risk OS, or Risk CPUs in general. I don't recall ever hearing about something called Acorn as an operating system. Bit of gaming history returns to modern platforms. It was released all the way back in 1997 for the Acorn Risk OS computers, which was an old British company, a name I haven't heard in a long time. Okay. So I guess that would explain why I've never heard of them. You didn't make it to the United States by that brand or name. I don't think that this game is something I would have seen either. But yeah, you can definitely see even in the late 90s how graphics were pretty rough, and this pretty obviously is heavily inspired by Star Trek. There's a planet called Vulcan, although in fairness, the star is called Midgard, so these might just be based off of old Greek myths. And that, from the looks of it, it looks like Acorn OS was just run on PCs and wasn't run on some kind of handheld mobile device. Because I would have half thought that Acorn OS was some kind of Windows CE Pocket PC type operating system for some tablets, PDAs. But yeah, I'd be very interested to see if somebody could get Pocket PC games to make a huge collection of them. And a huge collection would actually probably be less than a few hundred gigabytes of storage anyways. But yeah, emulating Pocket PC and having it actually work with the touchscreen inputs would be kind of hard. Alright, well that's going to bring us to GameDeveloper.com articles. And yeah. Again, I'm still questioning why my macro breaks and why do these streams get so freaking long. Am I just slow? That is the question. Or am I just not fast enough? Hideo Kojima is going to deliver a keynote at GDC 2026. The mind behind Metal Gear and Death Stranding becomes the first keynote speaker confirmed for this event. It's worth pointing out that the Game Developer Conference is run by the same parent company that runs GameDeveloper.com, in case there was any questions about that. And then here we have a couple of things I still need to tweak and hide to make the pages work a little bit better. A game called Pay to Win. It's definitely not something I would want to play, even if it is parodying the sorry for yawning there, even if it is just parodying the concept of pay to win. There's a report here from GameDeveloper.com that the Embracer-owned Eidos Montreal lays off its staff. Most projects of the studios have been reportedly cancelled, with the priority shifting to supporting Xbox on Grounded 2 and Fable. I guess maybe they worked on some Galaxy of the Guardians game. Deus Ex and Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy developer Eidos Montreal has laid off some number of staff. Doesn't seem like we know the number. Let's see. Seems to be somewhere around 12 at least. Which maybe this is GameDeveloper.com intentionally, since they obviously have a bias, not putting the number in the headline because the number is below 20, below what would feel like that big of a number. It is Christmas though, too, so there is certainly a scumbag move there. It definitely makes also a good argument that the financial years for all businesses should probably be somewhere in the middle of the year. So if you're laid off in, say, July, you would have a lot more time to potentially get yourself situated with a new job or other sources of income to not ruin Christmas. But I think it is very much the case that the idea and thought of the end of the year in the minds of consumers and individuals is what is going to direct the financial years thinking. Yeah. This is just one of these apps that I think you then use to watch random amounts of music. No, I guess not. I guess it is just a musical experience in VR, which means I probably will never see it. Probably is a good thing that the Steam frame was not available this year, because there definitely is a thought that I might get the Steam frame just as a monitor so I can see things easier, although it's an insane thought considering I have a monitor. I just need to clean up and clear a path in my room that put the monitor closer to my face. I'm just not working on that cleaning and decluttering. I'm working on other cleaning and decluttering more as a priority. Moving on, Coffee Stain and Paradox veterans unveil a new studio called Feeble Minds. The 10-person team includes Coffee Stain Studios co-founders Oscar Gilson and Mikhail Mard, as well as ex-Paradox product owner and program manager. Okay. 10 people seems like the bare minimum to start a game company if you're going to do anything big. It is a decent amount of people if you're going to do something medium or small. Unfortunately, there is also that thought that perhaps some of those people are really just managers. So if it's 10 people and 4 of them are actually in management roles, then that leaves only 6 roles of people actually producing anything. I saw a thing on Reddit where there was a CEO who reduced his salary down to $70,000 so all the other employees at the company could be paid $70,000 a year, which he was getting paid millions before. And yeah, I've never heard that story before. There's probably several tax reasons why you might want to do that too. In the United States, though, I think it's closer to $120,000 is the maximum amount you want to actually make in pay, and anything above that you would want in some kind of stock options. But that is mostly just because of Social Security. The 5 years at the maximum pay of, I think it's 120, it might be 170,000, will guarantee you Social Security if you can actually get Social Security by the time you retire. And then anything above that doesn't really matter. So you could pay yourself whatever you want in any way you want. That has nothing to do with video games though. Saudi Arabia, speaking of what are becoming giant corporations, their public investment fund will own 93.4% of EA after the buyout, assuming it gets approved, which is pretty much the assumption. The valuation of a share of EA is, I think, still way lower than what the buyout is going to pay for those shares. But there's also rumors that the public investment fund is running low on cash. Although I'm not sure how much of this buyout is actually going to be done with actual cash versus leveraging the debt of the buyout back on EA, doing that kind of financial shenanigans that we've seen happen to the likes of Toys R Us, for instance. Affinity Partners, I believe, is the company that would own 1.1%, and they are, I believe, affiliated with the Trump presidency, so that's why there's even more assumption that it's actually going to go through. Although it might be Silver Lake. It is a weird situation as far as, do we think EA will be better or worse after being bought out by the Public Investment Fund? It'll probably be a little bit worse and barely change in general. Because yeah, I just don't expect there's going to be too much of anything. Though the weirdest thing to potentially happen would be to have EA threaten to not put out like a soccer game and pay for the license of a soccer game unless those soccer games get played more in Saudi Arabia, and that there's some kind of influence peddling going on, which almost certainly there will be some of that happening as one big concern, although that is probably severely miscalculating who is in the position of power there. FIFA versus EA in that case. Yeah, once again I have to say, these logos, I know the saber is a pretty big deal in Saudi Arabia, in the logos and everything, and in Muslim Islam religions, but maybe it's time to find something better. Just focus more on the crescent moon, something that is not so violent. The embracing of violence in the logo alone is something that is a little off-putting to foreigners, to say the least. Yeah. Moving on. The Father's Story looks like a generic visual novel. Looks like it might be AI. We may be seeing very quickly games use AI and not willing to disclose it, and seeing if they can get away with that. Here's a story we talked about before. Horses has been banned from Epic Games just 24 hours before launch. The surreal indie horror title was previously barred from Steam by Valve, casting the future of Santa Regione in doubt. Yeah. They don't even have the trailer here. So you can get it on itch.io, Good Old Games, and the Humble Store. Which none of those are links. Not a single link there. Interesting. But yeah. I can't help but wonder if this isn't a case where the developer is intentionally self-imploding by making such a bizarre horror game and then trying to blame as many people as possible. Yeah, I don't think we're quite to the point where you can pull a scam like the producers scam was suggested, where you could get a whole bunch of people to invest into a video game and oversell the percentage of shares in a video game, which that's what the producer was doing there. They were getting people, old ladies in particular, to invest in the development of a play, and so they were selling like 5,000% of the play, of the profits of the play, if it was profitable, and then they were intentionally trying to produce the worst play ever, so it was a flop, so nobody would come and ask what happened to their money. It would just be generally assumed that all the money was spent in the production of the play and lost because the play was a flop, when in reality what the producers were doing were pocketing the money and making everything as cheap as possible. Of course, the comedic twist is that the play, despite trying to make it a flop, becomes a huge success, and so they get caught and they get thrown in jail, and then they're left in jail producing a new play Yeah, I don't think it's quite to that point. I don't think you can get a lot of people to buy shares in the profits or invest in video games and then produce a flop. I would imagine it's more of a case that they produced a flop because they had no other ideas or because they knew they were going to go out of business anyway. And perhaps this is the better way to go out of business anyways. Go down in flames instead of out with a whimper. It's more artistic, it's more passionate certainly to say, hey, let's just make a game that is probably going to not sell and may get banned, so we're at least remembered for having made the game, versus let's just pack up our bags and go home, which is perhaps the more reasonable adult thing to do. But I for artists, feel like going down in flames is perhaps more artsy as a concept. What is this game? War Mania? Yeah, it looks like it's a clicker game. Nothing particularly special there. GameDeveloper.com has an article here. Monotype has been accused of overcharging Japanese developers for Japanese language fonts. FontWorks' new US-owned parent company Monotype is charging $20,000 and $20,500. They got to get that extra $500 per year, up from $380. Which this is a great example of how fonts, in particular, are expensive. If you want to get the proper licensing and make sure you're not going to have somebody come back and claim copyright on the fonts in your game, like you're risking potentially $1 million game by just downloading a font somewhere and trusting that the license there is true and that somebody didn't download that font from somewhere else. $20,000 for fonts is per year is an insane amount of money to pay for fonts, even Japanese fonts. Even if it was a huge collection of fonts, most games tend to stick to some pretty basic fonts anyways, and usually only use 2 or 3 of them. Japanese fonts, sure, might have way more characters than the English language, which the English language, I suppose, you would say has close to roughly the basic language is about 128 characters. If you get to 8-bit character set in total, it's 255, 256 characters. If you start adding a whole bunch of Unicode and emoji stuff that aren't really going to be used much in games, you can certainly bring it up to higher numbers into the thousands. So, but it's really not going to be even 128 characters. There are only 36 characters you really need. That's A through Z, capital and uncapital, and 0 through 9. And then some symbols on top of that would bring you up to maybe 64. You could easily live within 64 characters, particularly for video games. Japanese language, sure, maybe a lot more. I wouldn't be surprised if there's 10,000 characters and a good font set for the Japanese language. I don't know if fonts in particular can combine glyphs and combine characters to make bigger characters for Japanese and Asian languages. I know they can do a little bit of modification, but I don't think it's super easy. Like what is the joke that in the Japanese language the glyph for women is a couple of brush strokes, and then if you do those same brush strokes combined to 3 women, then it is the glyph for noise. might be the opposite of that, but yeah. No, I think that's the joke. Yeah, this seems crazy high. Now I don't know if this is Monotype's logo or what, but or what's the deal with this screenshot. This to me looks like this is a, what is that? Blade Stay Night collection of characters, but I don't even recognize them from that. Yeah, this looks like Saber from the Fate Stay Night series, I think is the name of it. Yeah. Commercial font service company FontWorks is gradually terminating provisions of licenses that originally cost around $380 a year for Japanese developers. Now FontWorks' new US-owned parent company Monotype is charging $20,500 a year for the new plan. This is reported by Game Makers and GameSpark. It was translated by Automation as an AI. Right, that is definitely an argument to not do business with Monotype. And in a case like this, anybody doing with business with Monotype is almost certainly hurting all of society in this, because this $20,000 a year for the few companies that could actually afford that for fonts is getting put into a war fund to almost certainly try and sue and create a monopoly of fonts available for commercial use. And you're going to just see lawsuit potentially after lawsuit, or more likely you're not going to see any of these lawsuits because they're just going to all happen and be underreported. But I suspect you're going to see lawsuit after lawsuit happen. Now for game developers in particular, the good news is fonts themselves are not copyrighted. It is the files and the code that is copyrighted. So, in theory, if you just make your own font, you should be fairly safe. And the basic layout of characters are not copyrighted because those would be too generic and general public. You still might be sued anyways, and if you traced a font that was copyrighted, that almost certainly still would not be legal, as it were, and Japanese copyright law in particular might be tighter than other copyright laws in other countries. So yeah, photo referencing a font, tracing a font, still not legal, still kind of not necessary, particularly in video games where you can just make your own fonts and start from that. One company could make one set of fonts and use it or license it to plenty of other companies, or just use it over and over again. There is an Open Fonts website, which, yeah, let's check what that looks like. Open Fonts. I know there's also Open Dyslexia that had a dyslexic font, although I'm not sure it ever really worked particularly well as far as the intention was there. Yeah, there's a whole Google Fonts here. I guess there isn't a website just called Open Fonts. It's taking you to font space. You want them to be open source so that you can use them in just about anything. The names of fonts I don't think are particularly too copyrighted either. It might be a file format called Open Fonts also. There's an Open Foundry, curated fonts for free, font source. So yeah, plenty of Uh, yeah, often under licenses that allow for both personal and commercial products. Boy, do I wish search assistant, the DuckDuckGo, was always at the bottom. Yeah, instead of being at the top. That would have me use it a lot less, and I guess that's why it's not at the bottom. Alright, let's look at SkySaver helicopter services. Yeah, this doesn't look interesting enough. And I think this is our last GameDeveloper.com article. Arc becomes independent publisher after splitting with Embracer. Quote, we are now positioned to fully pursue our vision. Arc Games, what did they work on before? Hard to tell when you have this giant logo on either side. I guess maybe nothing, and that's why they have this giant logo being shown. Apparently he's been around for 15 years. Arc was established in 2008 as Perfect World Entertainment before eventually rebranding. It's largely specialized in bringing live service titles to the market, including Neverwinter and Star Trek Online, but has also worked on AA releases of Remnant 2 and the Torchlight franchise. Do they own the IP to Torchlight? Are we potentially going to get a new Torchlight game that feels anything like Torchlight 1? We saw a game on Steam last stream called Torchlight Infinity, and I'm not even sure still whether that actually was from the same company. I don't think it was. It just looked somewhat similar in a few places. Right, and then the Toro Band doesn't look interesting. Then normally this would be where all the games on Steam show up, but I think we have a combined issue here of not all the Steam Link games opening and us already looking at a bunch of them. So that's going to be all of the games we look at for on Steam, and this is already a 4-hour stream, so it kind of feels like we looked at plenty of games. We may end up looking at a whole bunch of duplicates on Friday. Then Flawless Cleanup. We'll look and do a little bit more of that. They have only 15 days until the winter sale, so there is a argument towards trying to clean up the fall list before then. In particular, if I was smarter, I would have a special fall list cleanup happen pre-winter sale. That would make some sense. In particular, yeah, pre-winter sale, pre-summer sale, fall list cleanups would guarantee 2 times per year, which I would do just like a special live stream, just going through things on my follow list. It's not a bad idea. When would I want to air it though? I feel like it would have to be like a Sunday. Yeah. Extra day of content. Yeah. The fall list cleanup overall in the future is suited, if I can get the programming right, to become fairly different and fairly better, fairly more informative as far as looking at games goes. Scrolling down this news feed still really isn't doing enough to give me information. I'm already back to like November 25th, I think. So yeah, there's not even a single game there that I'm actually interested in looking at. Yeah, pretty obviously not all of the Steam games opened up. Let's see. If that's the case, I'm setting myself up for failure if I don't actually address that now. So question here is, would it have been from the bottom or would it have been from the top? Because the game we have here is Wild Growth that we see. So did we look at games from the bottom or the top? None of these ones from the top feel like they opened up. Okay. So I'm gonna, let's see, if I do this, if I do this, it'll jump to the top. Yeah. Made a gesture there. Well, let's just do this now. Let's not make the mistake and turn Friday into a nightmare long 6-hour experience. Yeah, we will potentially open everything, going back until we either don't recognize things or we are several days. Now I'm not getting rid of this Snap Links extension in Firefox, which lets me right click and select links to open in bulk. I don't know a way to really program that in JavaScript. Obviously somebody figured out a way, but I don't know the way. So I'm going to keep that one. That's not as big of a deal. Going back to December 1, and I think Marvel Cosmic Invasion probably is one to think to stop at. So, there we go. So we go back to pay to win. We remember looking at that one. And the general assumption here is that all of the games down here we did cover, and that does seem to be the case. Started at the bottom, worked its way up. Of course, the problem now is, as I'm waiting for these tabs to load, what do? What do we do? I guess what we can do is we can come over here and we'll watch a Yu-Gi-Oh playthrough. While the tabs are loading, they'll be done here in one game. So I'll just sit and browse. Slickdeals.net still doing giveaways, although there are things they're giving away are pretty random. There's a way to, either through an Alexa or just searching "Thank My Driver" on Amazon, give a $5 reward to your delivery driver, which I'll wait and see my next delivery, which that is an interesting statement on how they're not willing to just pay more to the drivers unless you can do this. I suspect you can only do it once. So, what's Black Sails? Is it a TV series? Yeah, apparently it's some kind of TV series. That was a quick game. Black Sails must have been one of those shows that is on like Showtime or something. Okay. And you can get all the way through all the slick deals, sales. There really are just as many, if not more, sales today than there were on Cyber Monday. This might be the point where people start to get a little bit more desperate, or just in general feel like their things will get more views and more eyes. Haven't been doing the Publishers Clearinghouse in the past week or so. Haven't had the extra time. Okay. So, now we will go through things we already looked at and close them or keep them as our decisions already had been. Did open more of these than I thought I did. No, I should have. But that won't be a problem too far. See, like, very quickly, they have, I think, new games. Shiva. It's an intriguing name, but very simplistic graphics. Yeah. I don't think you really get away with making a game with this level of pixeliness in modern times. Yeah, particularly if you're going to put it on Steam. Now, if you put it on itch.io, I wouldn't hold you to that high standard. But yeah, on Steam, I would want a little bit more polish. 27th dimension is probably nothing. Again, when I swipe down like this, I'm closing the tab. When I swipe that way, I'm keeping the tab open to make a YouTube short on it. All of these instructions are going to change once I get the coding done. But there's actually a lot of coding, obviously, specifically on Steam pages that I want to do. I also have half a thought to see if I can integrate the SteamDB extension, but it probably is smarter to not try and integrate that in a Violent Monkey script because it will probably change and have to be updated fairly often. Solo chess. That is an interesting thought. 7 scarecrows. Doesn't seem like an actual thing I'd be interested in. Project Dinos. Doesn't look polished enough. Rank the zombie. Still haven't figured out how to increase the slideshow speed, and that's another thing that is I'm staggering on. Part of that is, most of that is not my fault because they changed their code, so I am starting over from scratch, figuring out how their JavaScript implements things and how can I modify their JavaScript. First ever blend of classic Sudoku and first-person horror. as an intriguing combination of different styles of games. Usually these combinations are stupid. And for a moment there I thought I was just going to end the stream. But instead I've found myself doing more looking at games. You might see a few more Christmassy style games come out. There's not really a lot of them though that happen. This has an intriguing level of polish. There's something about this square appearance, this Game Boy feel to it, that makes me want to give this more of a chance instead of just dismissing it as a pixely looking RPG. This art style on the thumbnail also kind of catches my attention. Let's see, a Dracula game of some sort. The problem that you will run into, I think, if I do a winter follow-list cleanup, is that the majority of the games still really won't have anything new for me to say about them. There's, at the moment, 2 sources that I need to consider as far as you follow list cleanups, because there's a lot of things I've checkboxed that I didn't put on the follow list that maybe I should have put on the follow list as I was trying to clean up the follow list. That would also make the streams even longer, so I don't think I'd really want to do that. No matter what happens, the odds of me really missing anything big or important is almost 0, because there is almost never anything that is that big or that important. Dark Screenshot Syndrome type horror game. Almost would say yes to that. Is this some kind of painting game? No. I think there's more to it than that. It's not just a paint by numbers game. Give that a chance. Ultimate Grandma Simulator. 2 games with grandma in the name today. It's always grandmother. It's never grandfather, grandpa. People do tend to lean heavier to being more interested in mothers in general. Well, my grandpas, frankly, are just old and tired, and if not bitter and cranky. Definitely a lot of them were in some war and came back broken mentally to some extent. Dogs Forced in Darkness. Sounds like a title for a movie more than a game. And it looks just like an asset flip game. I saw somebody review this game on YouTube. I didn't actually click on the video yet though. Unfortunately, it does not seem like it's being received particularly well. Let's look at the reviews. You so rarely actually need to do that. Found myself bored and fast and playthrough of this or below sub 3 hours. Just long enough to get you out of the refund window. You can still ask for a refund after 2 hours. It's just that they might ask some questions there. There's a lot of positive reviews being here. At the beginning of the game I was hooked by the concept, but quickly realized that the execution as a game was quite dull. The cutscenes and cinematography are really amazing, but the gameplay just isn't it, to be honest. I'll change it to positive if they add the option to mute the protagonist. Cool until my save got deleted. Could be another wonderful moody walking sim, but for me refused to work in full screen. So definitely doesn't seem like there's much gameplay in the first place, and the people who are rating it negatively seem to be unhappy with the gameplay. Here's another character that potentially would be showing a bunch of butt, but I bet in this scene you never see the backside of this grotesque character. Yeah. This definitely seems like this is just a walking simulator where you see a bunch of surreal imagery. Yeah. And perhaps this is one of those examples of a game that should just be really a movie. Yeah. Yeah. Particularly if you're trying to take somebody on a visual journey, it doesn't make a lot of sense to open it up and make that experience interactive. At least not on the first telling of that story. Yeah. Death Note as an anime is kind of a great example. The story being told there needs to be controlled by the writer and telling the story in manga form, and then later in anime form, which is slightly different but not too much different. If you told a third telling of Death Note to the point where someone is very familiar with the story and made it interactive, you are telling a very different story at that point, but it would be based on the foundation of expectations as to what really happened. And in the case of Death Note, there is the Japanese live action and then the terrible Netflix live action, which retell the story, although the terrible Netflix live action really tells a completely different story with completely different characters and gives it the same name. A lot of pink in this color palette. Has that CGA feel, but still I don't think it's polished enough. We're seeing more desktop gadgets, pals, anime waifus. Getting that Game Boy feel. I'm not even a fan of the Game Boy look, but somehow it gets me sometimes. Yeah. I guess it's a case that if you are going to tell a narrative story in a video game, and it's going to be a big important part of your video game, you have to struggle to figure out a way to make the interaction feel valid. And I guess noticeably the Telltale games tried their very best to tell a narrative experience while still having gameplay, and failed, in my opinion, pretty badly, in that all of the adventure walk around content in like the Walking Dead series is not really relevant. It doesn't really add anything to it. Most of your dialogue decisions that you have conversations with in the Walking Dead games are not relevant and get you just an immediate reaction that is going to be slightly different, with only a couple of key points actually directing how a character is even going to react in the next scene. And by the time you are done with an episode, only the major decision at the very end of the previous episode is likely carrying over, and then the 4 major decisions for the first 4 episodes carry over in some small part to the final episode of the Walking Dead game. This is a intriguing, looks like a dancing game, dance battle. Intriguing art style too. Wild and crazy looking characters. Haven't seen a dance battle game before. There's definitely room to have more dance battles. Gonna give this a chance too. Yeah, I briefly thought, because of the Black Friday sales, of getting maybe 2 electric scooters, and thinking about what would the effort be to convert 2 scooters together to work as one and turn it into a 4-wheeled vehicle of some sort. But very quickly I think I realized that that would probably not be anything that police would see as street legal, which would cause you trouble, and be a lot of construction to do. It still wouldn't also get you air conditioning, which is something I would definitely want. There were a couple of refrigerators for cars, for lack of a better term. Call them, I think that's what they're called. It's the best way to describe them, that were on sale. But you really would have to drive around. They're fairly expensive. They're like $100, $200 for what is basically an ice chest with a refrigeration unit running on it. That's going to just keep things cooler, but probably isn't going to guarantee that you could run it overnight and keep a bunch of ice still frozen the next day. The thought, though, is if you were driving around all day, every day, in like a truck, it might be worth it. If you were driving around clients, say you showed off different franchises of McDonald's or sold houses or something, having just a refrigerator cooler of cold drinks to smooth clients with might be worth it. And yeah, if you are, I guess, driving around a bunch of kids, might be worth it too. If you're the soccer mom. But you basically already would have had to have a cooler that was non-refrigerated, non-plug-in. You have a Toho game This is the first time I've ever seen a Toho game where the characters were more in a chibi form. It is one of these Toho games that is not so much a side-scrolling shoot 'em up. It's tagged as an auto battler. Let's see if we can actually see how this plays. It's a backpack management auto chess game set in the Toho artistic style, which is this weird open source style. It's not one of the games where you are, I think, trying to squeeze things and Tetris things in as much as you are trying to just get your best build, which doesn't make it feel too different from something like Balertro. Now, weirdly, because of the chibi Toho anime girls, it puts it in a weird position where maybe this is not the kind of game that you would want to play for this style of game. There might be something better, like Balertro, to show off. This may also be way more Chinese than English. Toho, I don't think is inherently always Chinese, but yeah, would explain why the characters also look different. It is weird, certainly, that there's just an entire collection of characters that are open source and anybody can do anything with them, it seems, and that they are super popular. Taking the idea of fan art or doujins, particularly in Japan, to a fairly large extreme. And I guess Toho, weirdly, is probably the closest thing to be compared to what a public domain Mickey Mouse and Winnie the Pooh should be and might eventually become, in that, yes, people will make content with those open domain characters, but doesn't inherently mean the content is going to be relevant or good, and that it would grow to anything more. We have yet another live action visual novel coming out. They are becoming more and more popular. This one has Korean full audio, so I assume it is Korean. I don't think I'd ever really be able to tell an Asian from a Korean, an Asian model from a Korean model if you just put them side by side. Yeah. Probably tell by the way, the language they were speaking somewhat, if I could hear them talk. Maybe. Even though I don't understand either of the languages, I suspect it's somewhat recognizable. Still seeing a lot of political, presidential games, more than thought we were really going to see. Circuit overloads, not quite. Rock and scroll. No. 5 Mystery Murders Part 2. Haven't seen a Part 1. I'll give it a chance. Legacy. I'm getting really tired here. Again, it is a case where I'm staying up way too late, and by the time I wake up and get things going, I should have run the macros to open the news, and I could have started an hour earlier in streaming. Although perhaps that's a mistake, and maybe I should try and stream at closer to 3 than 2. Yeah, it does inherently perpetuate this cycle. I feel like I had seen this game before. Yeah, it's on my follow list. Where I wake up, I still want to get some more stuff done, so I end up staying up late. Particularly with Belarcho, I will lay down and think I'm about to fall asleep and then just not feel it. Here's a different art style that you certainly can embrace and stand out with. But yeah, I'll be very intrigued to see the new art style when it's all polished, or whenever I do get to see it for Zig's new game. I didn't hate his previous art style, but it definitely implied a more cozy feel than I think I would really want to play in any kind of game. I just personally am not looking for cozy when I play video games. So, yeah. Honestly, his previous art style might very well have been great for like a comic strip character. It just every Saturday there was a new comic strip with the main protagonist. That would feel very much in line with his art style. And it wouldn't inherently have to be too much animation with that. But weirdly, comic strip writing is, I think, as much about thinking of a 3-panel or 4-panel pun or scenario to say as it is about actually animating things. Garfield comic strips in particular, is all that animation has been done years ago. I'm pretty sure you don't really have to redraw anything. You just have to throw in some more writing, some new story. Yeah, Garfield as a comic strip has been going on so incredibly long that there is a good argument to pivot and tell a long-running narrative and just do a completely different type of arc with something like Garfield. I think this is probably just a jump scare game. I'm not gonna do anything with it, although it did have some nice polish to it. There's a comic called Ogloff. It's an adult comic. Just a lot of sex puns and nudity in every one of its 6 panels, usually doing 2 comic strips on top of each other every Sunday. And it's been going on for years. It has like 8 books out. And that was one of the books I was hoping would be on sale if you bought them all on Black Friday. And is at danger of being a lost media. It's just hosted on his own site. So slight danger there. But Ogloff, for the first book or 2, very often would have the same protagonist telling a long-running narrative story. And then eventually, after several years of doing that, I guess he got tired. And even in that case, he would also, I assume it's he that's animating Ogloff and writing it, he would also intertwine other characters and other stories. And there still are some continuing narrative that happen, but it's much more open to just one week strip being completely disconnected from the next week's strip. But yeah, the first couple years definitely was telling a long-running narrative, and then he switched to a different style and a different arc. And yeah, that's probably growth, if you were going to call it anything. I don't know of any other comics that have really done that, though. Although I imagine things like Dilbert and things that may have been slightly serious at one point became less serious, or things that became that were silly to begin with became a little bit more serious. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. Another long one. I keep saying another long one, but it's pretty obvious this is just the average length of these streams. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.